Yeah. I know that Henry's another one. Screen share. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
Okay. Everybody will call this meeting to order. This is the NIAA Realignment Committee for the 2025 through 2028 realignment session. It is Monday, December 9th, 2024, 9:32 a.m. And if you could please, let's call the roll.
Kirk Formaster, here. Joshua Katz,
Here.
Miles Baldwin,
Here.
David Vick,
Yeah.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Here.
Ken Parker,
Here.
Mike Brooks, Sarah Slot, Phil Howe,
Here.
Dallas Larson, Jason Odegaard, Rob Petrell,
Here.
Ray Pearson,
Here.
Paul Sullivan,
Here.
Tammy Haybig, Tony Polzin,
Here.
Domingo Rivera,
Here.
Isabel Sanchez, here. Art Anderson,
Here.
Darvel Bell,
Here.
Freeman Holbrook, Chris Mavrum,
Here.
Mike Cofer,
Here.
Xavier Anthium,
Here.
Bob Levitt.
Here.
Okay. Bart Davis,
Here.
Timothy Jackson,
Here.
Paul Anderson,
Here.
Tia Wonder. Myself.
Thank you, Ms. Wonder. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is the approval of today's meeting agenda. We do ask, request on our part that anybody who makes this motion, please do make it a flexible agenda for us, please, if you would consider that.
Only holding 45 South, I'd like to make a motion to accept this agenda and make it flexible next month.
Thank you, Mr. Polzin. Do we have a second?
Dallas Larson, I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Polzin, second by Mr. Larson to approve today's meeting agenda as a flexible agenda. Any other discussion or any other questions?
Please make sure to use your teacher voices in here. There is a PE going on and I have to review this lovely meeting virtually, so I need to be able to hear.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, committee chair comments and announcements. Couple things here. One, restrooms back out in the main hallway. Ms. Sanchez, please correct me if I'm wrong. The girls' restroom is kind of just kitty corner here. The boys are going past the weight room and it'll be on the left. Lunch is being delivered in the 11:30-ish area. We do plan, because we are on a tight schedule today, to make that a working lunch. We'll give you 10-15 minutes or so to grab, and then we're gonna go back on task. You've seen this agenda, it's large, and we need to get people back to the airport. We're probably gonna need to stop by about 3:30 this afternoon. What that means is we got a lot of ground to cover between now and then. Mr. Jackson, you want to comment on that?
A couple of things. I really need this to move forward. We need to make sure this meeting moves. We had covered the agenda. I want to thank publicly before we start, the coaches that agreed to have their public comments combined. We tried to shorten those up so that we were not being redundant and unnecessarily reading the same things over and over again. At the same time, I'm asking this committee that we stay on task today as best we can. I know it's going to be a long day, but we have a lot to get through. We've got to get this done. We're running out of time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Moving on to item number 5, which is public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the committee about any matter not listed on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedure of the open meeting law has been met. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person complete a public comment card and submit it to an NIAA staff member prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person and or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the committee as a whole. Comments that are deemed to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Before we get on to the public comment, Mr. Paul Anderson, there was one that you wanted to address specifically that's in the packet that is from Dayton High School.
Yeah, there's just a couple of comments in that particular written public comment that border on what we don't allow in terms of personal attacks and whatnot, but I think it can be read, but just as a warning in the future, not to take personal shots at members of this committee and anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. As Mr. Jackson mentioned, some of the cross-country emails of public comment that are in your packet. We will not be reading those. They are repetitious. We have a letter on behalf of the Coaches Association that we will read. Those letters, though, remain in your packet. You are free to read them. They are part of the record of this meeting. Just got the agreement to, because they are repetitious, we will pass them over. Ms. Wonder, I know you've got a few to read, so if you would like to take over.
Coach Morocco, you want to start?
Yeah.
Except the mic's not working.
It is working, but I believe your
Okay.
voice.
All right, I'm just gonna keep it brief. Thank you for having me here. Obviously, I resubmitted the coach's proposal. I just wanted to say to you guys that it doesn't have to be an all or nothing proposal. You know, we wanted you to just, as a starting point, if you like a certain part of it, feel free to use it. I know I've heard some people didn't like the enrollment, kind of provisions that we put in it. If you don't want to use those, that's fine. Okay, we felt like it'd be a good starting point. And we think it addresses a lot of the issues that were brought up in previous meetings and with the NIAA meetings and stuff. So that's all I want to say, and we can keep it brief. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Howard,
All right, well, I don't really have a great teacher's voice, even though I was a teacher.
there's a microphone right there. If you want to kick it on, we're good to go.
Probably. There you heard it. Yeah, so I'm here speaking twice today, and it's mostly about participation for our athletes in our review. Girls soccer, right now there's 7 teams in there. In the 5A, what's gonna happen if we keep it at 7 teams is they're gonna get 12 games. And they're not gonna be able to, all the teams aren't gonna be able to schedule non-conference games. There is room to add teams. That's not for me to say who to add, but the schedule, the conference needs to be increased, or like I said, there's gonna be 12 games, because people aren't gonna want to schedule the 4A schools aren't gonna want to schedule the 5A schools, and that limits participation for the kids. Thank you.
Okay. I've gotten permission on the first one. I do not have to go through their data. I'm submitting the summary. 1, annual alignment based on 4-year rubric average. Option 2, and create prior year RMH ranking to offset any historical performance bias in rubric if desired. Sectional alignment can be set from number 1 above, but adjusted based on location and rivalry as needed by a committee. Scheduling can be flexible and set by coaches outside the required sectional games. Option A, allow for 6 discretionary games. Option B, require minimum of 6 Nevada-based games, including sectional games. Creation of a minimum of 12 sectional alignments with 4 teams. Some may need 5 based on team census per year. Top two teams from each section have auto bid to playoff round. Option B, 36-team playoff census with at-large bids based on RMH rankings. Playoff seating and division set via RMH ranking for current year with regional north-south adjustment as needed by committee. Allows for 6 title games. Option A, 5 title games if Bishop Foreman changes status to national independent. I believe this design addresses a significant portion of the concerns voiced from the previous meeting, most notably the safety concerns of playing unbalanced competition, every team having a reachable goal annually, and reduction of overall state title games. The primary issue with any realignment design for this committee are around Bishop Foreman and the level of play that they currently have, along with ensuring that lower performing teams have access to a safe and growth-enabled framework. I believe that the design above handles that latter, but the former remains a challenge. I would offer some options to address that as follows. 1, offer voluntary exclusion from NIAA football requirements by declaring as a national independent team to remove from Nevada state title play. 2, create Nevada division open for nationally ranked football teams in Nevada. All teams in that division at the end of the year could play in Nevada title playoff series. 3, create a regulatory framework to cap eligible out-of-state transfers, hoping this information can help the committee on its work in realignment. And as you can see, Mr. Grease also included some data for you guys on those next 2 pages. Next public comment. I have a comment about today's meeting. I would like to get each member if possible. This was sent to us. The actions taken today by the NIAA Realignment Committee are profoundly negligent. The committee commenced the meeting by permitting a school that exceeds its athletic department's allotted capacity to remain in a league that contradicts its explicit statements. Furthermore, the committee allowed teams to relocate freely between leagues as they had previously determined. This strategy was evident from the outset with the intention of ensuring Dayton High School's continued status quo in all sports. The rallying cry of Sean Fitzsimons, the head basketball coach in Lincoln County, was particularly pointed and aimed at disparaging Dayton High School's athletic program, specifically targeting the football program. Let us examine the statistics he so eloquently presented. Dayton versus Yerington, 46-6. Dayton versus Battle Mountain, 26-6. Dayton versus North Tahoe, 51-0. Dayton versus Floral, 57-0. Dayton versus White Pine, 61-6. Dayton versus Incline, 14-44. Dayton versus Pershing, 8-44. What Fitzsimons failed to acknowledge is that the eventual state champion, Pershing County, achieved similar scores while defeating Dayton handedly. Pershing versus North Tahoe, 50-0. Pershing versus Yerington, 54-0. Pershing versus Coral, 65-7. Pershing versus Battle Mountain, 35-0. Pershing versus Incline, 26-6. I can't read that word, I apologize. To the committee's decision to retain all of our sports in the league where we are not competing and have not for the past decade, the following statistics were disregarded. Baseball, 111, 138, 3, 85, 108. Softball, 76, 161, 47, 132. Girls soccer, 56, 118, 17, 42, 97, 15. Boys soccer, 44, 120, 15, 34, 88, 112. Boys basketball, 63, 131, 40, 90. Girls basketball, 33, 169, 9. 123. Football, 13, 64, 148. Wrestling, unable to field a wrestling team. The parentheses will reflect the 3A league records for the last 10 years. The comments made solely focused on football only and not what is right. Our football program has not been competitive in the last decade. Until these last 2 seasons of independent play, our facilities are inadequate compared to those of our 3A competitors who possess state-of-the-art gym equipment and athletic trainers. These resources have been absent from our staff for over a decade. We tried to explain that there has been little to no growth in the Dayton area. We have a large portion of off-campus coaches due to no one wanting to take on the task of dealing with the 3A with the resources we have been provided. Despite all these challenges, teams like Elko with 1,400 plus students have achieved success and are able to participate in a lower league despite exceeding the enrollment size cap. disparity, raises questions about the fairness of the system. The school with 1,400 plus kids and a proven track record of success regarding RC. When it's not needed, what does it say about the system?
Aye.
Thank you.
Morning, Realignment Committee. My name is Tyrell Cooper, and I'm the Southern Nevada Coordinator of Cross Country and Track. I also serve as postseason lead director for the NIAA in both cross country and track. I have worked with many of you directly in this committee on issues around both sports. I've been involved with the administration of and coach both sports for 19 years in Southern Nevada and feel I have a really firm grasp on cross country, track in our state. I am hoping this committee will consider my opinion on a few points being discussed at your meeting today. The first being the 3A Southern region in cross country. After the initial placement, there are only 8 schools in the South, 2 of which have never fielded a team. 1 that will be in its first full year and 3 that didn't field complete teams at this year's regional meet. My concern is that an 18 region will not have a full enough field of runners to create a quality competition. Using last year's roster numbers, the 3A Southern region meet would only have 32 boys and 23 girls on the starting line with these 8 teams. Our Southern 3A coaches got together and suggested adding our local charter schools into the 3A. These are schools with similar enrollments to the 3A schools and have shown their ability to field full teams. Many of these schools will be appealing to you today, and I hope you will see the value in adding them to 3A South to create a better region. Secondly, this committee will be tasked with determining the number of state qualifying teams for each region into cross-country state meet. I'm hoping the committee will see the importance of keeping the number of state qualifying teams the same from each region. Reducing the number of teams will reduce the quality of competition at the state meet. But while I understand that 4th and 5th place regional teams rarely win state competition championships, the depth of the field they create allows the top teams to run their best race. Cross country is a sport where depth is a key component of success. How well the team's 4th and 5th score perform often dictates the overall success of the team. With a smaller field, the complete team aspect of the sport is diminished. I understand all the financial and logistical reasons why administrators want to reduce the number of teams qualifying to the state meet, but larger fields create better races, and our goal should be to have our state championships be the best race of the season. Lastly, you will also discuss tournament formats, which will include state meet locations. Since the addition of 5A, the 4A has been a Southern-only classification, and every other year, the 4A state meet has been a standalone race, while the other classifications have traveled to Reno. This has caused significant disappointment for our 4A athletes, coaches, and families, as the field event is subpar when run by itself. As the meet director for this event, it has been difficult to find people to set up, manage, and break down, since the majority of our involved coaches are from 3A and 5A schools. If you could consider running all classifications at the same venue, the cross-country state championships, north or south, we could resolve this problem and give our 4A athletes quality state championship experience they deserve. Thank you all for considering my opinion. Your hard work and dedication to the athletes in Nevada is much appreciated. Thank you and have a great day. Tyrell Cooper, Coronado biology teacher, Southern Nevada track cross-country coordinator.
On page 18. Hello, I'm the current coach for Matter East Academy for both boys and girls track and field. I believe that we are not ready to transition to the 4A, specifically track and field. In 4A, we go up against schools with over 2,000 students. We fit better with the other charter schools that have the same enrollment numbers as we do that are staying 3A. We lack the facilities, meaning we do not have a track and field area, and our overall results in track show that we belong in the 3A while we keep building up our program. Also, with the conversation about starting cross-country next year, all of these reasons fall into place onto why we should not start our first cross-country program straight to the 4A. Sydney James, head track coach field. We're jumping to page 22. Good morning, members of the Realignment Committee. In recent years, the Southern Nevada Track and Cross Country Coaches Association has taken on a significant role in helping to address the labor and equipment needs that are needed to set up, hosting, cleaning, and managing the postseason track and cross country events in Southern Nevada. The Coaches Association and our membership are very pleased with the collaborative working relationship that has developed throughout this process with the NIAA. We recognize the NIAA's responsiveness to past coaches' feedback and appreciate the support in allowing the Coaches Association to make changes to help deliver an NIAA state championship that we can be happy and proud of. Anyone that attended the cross-country state championships last month can attest to the quality of events we have been able to produce. Since the inception of the 5A classification in cross-country, we have seen multiple changes to what were the traditional NIAA postseason formats in the 4A classification. Originally, in northern years, the 4A state meet was run in conjunction with the 2A, 3A, 5A region championship. But this reduced the length of the 4A competitive season by 1 week. So now the 4A state races are run on the same day as the 2A, 3A, 5A state meets, which creates a standalone meet every other year, while other classifications are arena. Thus far, neither of these options have proven to be viable. Setting up and preparing for a cross-country race is extremely labor-intensive and requires a significant amount of equipment. Running only 2 races in a standalone 4A state meet does not lessen the amount of labor and equipment that is needed to deliver these races. The entire course must be set up, well marked, and broken down regardless of how many races are run that day. In years where the 2A, 3A, and 5A schools travel to Reno for the state meet, nearly all of the coaches who have provided equipment and labor delivered these meets are unavailable. Reviewing the payment records of the most recent state meet, of the dozens of coaches and volunteers that help the Coaches Association set up and manage the state meet, only one of these coaches was from the 4A. 4A programs in Southern Nevada tend to have less experienced coaches, a high rate of coaching turnover, and are less likely to own the equipment needed to host a cross-country race, and rarely have the experience necessary to serve as a meet director for state championship. These factors make it difficult to ask them to find equipment for, set up, manage, do award, and clean up their own state championship, something that is never asked of the coaches in other sports. The Southern Nevada Track and Cross Country Coaches Association would welcome and support any cross-country format for the state championship that allows all classifications to have a championship experience in the same location at the same date. We recognize the intent of the standalone 4A state championships has been to relieve the burden of expenses associated with traveling. If it were the desire of the Realignment Committee, the Southern Nevada Coaches Association would support hosting the cross-country state meet championships in Southern Nevada at an increased frequency, such as 2 out of every 3 seasons, or even every other year. The NIAA and Coaches Association are very fortunate to have a great partner in the Boulder City Parks Department that allows us to consistently and reliably reserve this amazing championship cross-country course free of charge. This saves the NIAA thousands of dollars on permit fees each year. Southern Nevada is also home to a very strong and active local running community. Our relationship with the local running community has allowed Coaches Association to obtain dozens of volunteers to work at postseason races and receive thousands of dollars in donations each year that we have been happy to invest back into making the state cross-country championship a great event. The Southern Nevada Coaches Association would look forward to hosting the state championship as often as necessary to provide this great experience for all Nevada cross-country runners. Thank you for listening and considering this input from the Southern Nevada Track and Cross Country Coaches Association. We look forward to continuing our relationship with the NIAA. Corey Anderson.
A cross-country coach at Milwaukee Valley High School. Of course, we are 3A. I love the size of the new proposed 3A alignment. Since most of the schools are rural and the 3A brings it back to agree 3A like the old days. I have no problem with reducing the number of teams that qualify for state to 3, but I think the individual should stay at 7. That being said, I only think it isn't a problem if you leave it at 8 schools as proposed. If you start pulling in 3 or 4 more larger schools from Vegas, the team should stay at 4 for qualifying. It's harder for us to compete against larger schools with a larger student body. So if you reduce the teams to 2 or 3, it will be harder for us to compete and even qualify for state for the next 3 years. I think the 8 schools you have in 3A looks great. Jody Doe.
That's to take to ask, but do we have any other public comment by email or from any of our other locales today? Okay. Then I've got it. Mr. Holbrook has joined us also virtually this morning.
Thank you.
Make note of that. Okay, that concludes item number 5. We'll move on to item number 6, which is the hearing of appeals from schools wishing to change the recommendation of alignment for 1 or more sports for the fall 2025 to the spring 2028 alignment cycle. This begins on page number 25 of your packet. We will have first up Hippo Academy, which is appealing to go to the 2A cross country, wrestling and track. Kind of one reminder here, we've never done a sport by sport appeal into the 2A or into the 1A. That's just hasn't existed within our policies and procedures that we do. That was why we saw a rather creative appeal on the part of the Meadows last week at our meeting in Reno. We have a member of the staff from Akipo here with us. Sir, if you would please go ahead up to the podium. Again, a lot of the information here is on pages 26 through 31 of your packets. There is no time limit on these presentations. They are not public comment. And our committee here has the opportunity to ask any questions or make any comments, but whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Eric Van Hoven. I'm the assistant principal and athletic administrator at Akipo Academy. Sorry if I'm not doing this correctly. I've never done this before. I've never appealed or anything like that. We're a relatively young school, and some of you may have never heard of us before. We're in a unique situation. Have not done the research on this, but I am pretty confident in saying we're the only school in the NIAA that cannot host a home game in any sport. We don't have a field, we don't have a gym. We rely on neighboring schools and parks for facility rentals, and oftentimes we are passed over for those. Students don't go to Akipo for sports, not at all. We're an extended school day. We run Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. We go from early August to the middle of June. So we have longer days and we have a longer school year. Most students just go home. They go home and have dinner instead of playing a sport. And that's one of the reasons why the Akipo Academy does not offer a comprehensive list of sports or JV level sports. All we have is varsity. We do have hope though. We secured land with space next door to build athletic facilities, but we're just waiting on the funding for that. That's going to take time. So we're requesting, again, I'm not really sure how this works, for Akipo Academy to be placed in 2A for cross-country wrestling and track and field, while keeping 3A for our other two sports we have, which is soccer and bowling. We don't ask to be in 2A forever, just temporary as we build out facilities and build out a stronger culture of having sports at Akipo Academy. We only have 456 students at Akipo Academy. That number is not likely to change, definitely not increase. We don't have the space for that. Accompanying data on the following pages kind of push the argument for us to be put in 2A. If we look at the next page for track and field specifically, so we've been around for 4 full seasons. We've never sent a boy or girl to states. We've never had a boy or a girl place higher than 6th place in an individual event. We've only had 2 girls ever score in an individual event. We've only had 2 boys score ever in an individual event. In the past 2 regionals, we've ran 12 relay races between the boys and the girls, and we've placed last in all of them but 1. If you look at the score breakdown from 2003 and 2023, 2024, all those points that we score are almost exclusively coming from relays. Again, in relays where we're coming in last, but there was only a certain fewer than 8 schools that were in those relays, which led to us having points. So it's a little, I would argue, a little artificial. On the next part, I looked at the top results that we had at regionals and our time or our mark, and where that placed us at regionals for 3A and where that would place us in 2A if we were placed in that for track and field. And if you go through all of that, if we went into 2A for regionals last year, we still would not have sent anyone to states, but we would be much more competitive. And that's really what we're looking for as we build out our program. We're small. You can see the number of athletes. We don't have a ton. We don't have the facilities as well. So the last few years we've practiced at Desert Pines High School. It's been great that we've been able to do that. We won't be able to do that this year. They're putting turf everywhere, and we've been told that means we can't use their track. And we've asked other schools, and right now it's all been denied. So currently we don't have even a place to practice, and we think all that's gonna hurt our numbers for this year and however long it takes before we can start using the track again. On the next page, I have the argument for why we should be in 2A for cross country. If you look at our numbers, they're not large, but we would like to, of course, build them out over the next couple of years to have a more robust team. Again, this is our argument for 2A is just temporary. As we build out facilities, as well as we build out a stronger culture of having sports at Akibo Academy. Again, we wouldn't have sent anyone to states for cross country. And then on the back, we just started wrestling this first year. We're really excited about that. But we have talked to coaches in 3A and coaches in 2A, and they have all recommended that we push for 2A for wrestling, because again, very small team. We were at the Clark duels, and I've got the results on there as well, but that's what we're hoping to do for the next realignment cycle, is to be in 2A field sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Houten. And again, the enrollment, as pointed out, is 456.
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, they are a charter school that would be doubled then for enrollment purposes to 912 would be their adjusted enrollment number. Open it up first to the committee for any questions or any comments. Mr. Cole.
And Mike Cover, Charter School Liaison. I think at this time, the only one we would be considering is cross country. Is that correct? Consideration for the others would come during that period, or are we considering it all right?
Because it is 2A and the 1A and 2A are set for the entire year, we would be considering everything.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Simons.
Robert Simons, 2A South. I want to hear from our 3A South, Mr. Larson, Mr. Odegaard, and your relationships with Equipo and how that's been, and not just these track and wrestling stuff, but maybe other sports or positives, negatives, pros, cons.
Jason Odegaard, 3A South. Relationship with Eric has been fine. And most of our communication pretty much has just been through soccer and boys and girls soccer. But communication is good. I've not had any issues with Eric.
Alex Larson, 3A South. I was one of the few that spoke up when they first petitioned to come in NIAA, that I think they should be members. I thought that would be a soccer academy. But overall, the only team sport, really, these are individual kind of sports. The only team sport we deal with is now soccer. They had basketball for a little bit, but now they don't. These are just individual sports. I feel like individual sports are a lot different than team sports. I feel really, we had the same thing happen to us back when Valley was in 3A, and they had the best runner in the state and took gold, first place medals from 3A runners. That, so they didn't win. They won the team, and the individual comes into play there. I feel bad for any 2A wrestler, cross country or track runner that maybe didn't get a medal because a 3A school was competing down. Just my thoughts.
Baldwin.
Miles Baldwin, 1A North. To kind of add to what Mr. Larson said, the 2A wrestling and cross country also includes the 1A schools that have that offer those sports. So we're talking enrollment numbers of less than 100 kids that want to wrestle, kids that want to run, would be in the same division with the school with a multiplier of 900. Just something to consider.
Other committee members? Before we look for a motion on this, we'll ask this committee again, as we did last week. Do you want to vote on each of these individually as we hear them? Do you want to wait and do it at the end? Do you want to take it through? You guys tell me what you want. You're the voting members. Mr. Anderson, I say dig it.
Dig it for it. Sorry about that. Art Anderson, 4A, 5A North. Do I make a motion or just a suggestion that we vote as they present?
I was fine with you just suggesting, but I'm hearing from legal counsel that you would prefer a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we vote after the presentation and that we start with the classification that is being requested.
Motion on the table from Mr. Art Anderson. Do we have a second?
For a second, I have a question because we have this.
We have a second. First,
We have a second.
question. Sorry.
I'll second so we can get to the question.
Mr. Anderson's motion, of voting on these individually, with starting with classification as being effective. Now we have a question. Mr. Anderson.
Okay, so now, so this is just voting from, starting with the classification, that's what the motion was about.
We're gonna vote on each one of them individually, and then that vote would start with the classification that is affected by that.
So we have a big block of 3A cross-country schools coming down, which I'm worried about. Are we gonna be individually voting that, or is that a whole block? Cause I don't know. If we vote for one end, but not others, the ones that got voted in are like, well, we don't want in unless everybody's in that cross-country.
That's up to those people to decide if they have put in something that they want to appeal down. There's nothing in any of these letters that said they want to appeal down only if somebody else has accepted or refused. So that's why I asked the question again of, do you want to hear them all at once, or do you want to hear them individually? We do know that one potentially could affect another, but that was also true last week. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have each one of these individually. We'll vote, starting with the class that is affected, the class that the school is appealing to. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, that being said, we have the appeal now from the Kipo to go from the 3A to the 2A in the sports of cross-country, wrestling, and track. Do we have a motion on a Kipo's appeal? Mr. Fitzsimons.
Mr. Fitzsimons, so I have a question, Bart, for you on the cross-country rationale on page 30, I believe it is. It says they're independent the last 2 seasons. Didn't we just have a meeting about defining what constitutes a team recently? You can see their numbers have dropped from 2023. They had 4 boys in cross-country as opposed to 1 last season. Where are they at in the independence cycle, or do we know that?
Going into a new cycle, they would be eligible for placement at this point. Even if you don't have in these sports like golf or wrestling, or if you can't field a full team, you still have individuals that need somewhere to go. And they would be up for, as we have them, placement in the 3As. And Mr. Van Houten's appealing to go to 2A in those 3 sports for his school. Yeah, looking for a motion.
I'll start from 3 South. I'll make a motion to deny.
We have a second.
Miles Baldwin, 1A North, I second the motion.
Motion from Mr. Larson, a second from Mr. Baldwin to deny Akipo's appeal. Any further questions or comments? For clarification, a yes vote is a denial. The yes vote keeps Akipo in the 3A. Okay, at this point, we will do a roll call vote on these, just so that we do have a record of it. Just wonder if we would start with the 2A.
Sean Fitzsimons,
No.
Ken Parker. Mike Brooks. Sarah Scott,
No.
Bill Cow.
Yeah.
Dallas Larson.
Yes.
Jason Odegaard,
Yes.
Rob Cottrell,
Yes.
Wade Pearson,
Yes.
Paul Sullivan,
Yes.
Tammy Habig,
Yes.
Tony Polzin,
Yes.
Domingo Rivera,
Yes.
Isabel Sanchez. Yes. Art Anderson,
Yes.
Darrell Bell,
Yes.
Freeman Holbrook,
Yes. Yes.
Chris Magrum,
Yes.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz,
Yes.
Miles Baldwin,
Yes.
David Vick.
Yeah.
19-1. Vote is 19-1 to deny. So people will stay 3A in this board. Mr. Van Houten, thank you for being there. Okay, we will move on. The next appeal is on page 32 of your packet, and this is coming to us from Slam, Nevada. It's for boys and girls cross country to be at the 3A level as opposed to the 4A. Mr. Kofer is here representing Slam today. I think the microphone should still be.
I think I'm okay.
You're good.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike Kofer, Athletic Director, Slam, Nevada, requesting that, our cross-country, boys and girls cross-country teams be allowed to remain in 3A. You know, per the letter that I wrote, we've been at the bottom level in 3A as it is. This year is the first year we've had the requisite number of, participants to even try to qualify for team score. I think with the, communications from the, regional directors and with some support from the 3A, I would request that our cross-country teams be allowed to remain at the 3A level. Thank you.
Okay, again, Slam is 4A this go around based on the enrollment. That's where they were classified originally. The appeal here is for the boys and girls cross-country team to be reclassified into 3A. Any questions or comments from the rest of the committee?
I'll add real quick
Yeah.
that our appeal is not contingent upon anybody else's. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Not slam specific, how many teams do we have at right now that are trying to go from 4A?
What I have on my list, cross-country specific, I've got two. I've got the next one that comes up as well. We've got Darrell going to go to the 3A and
For cross country.
that's what I have in my packet. What's coming? Mr. Art Anderson.
These were all supported by the Coaches Association.
Due to the amount of time when these came in, there just wasn't time to turn around and votes on this. It would have been completely unfair and
3A, how do you feel?
Dallas Stars in 3A South. Tyrell Cooper is pretty trusted. I trust him in a lot of things when it comes to track cross country. He's done a great job for a lot of years. So his opinion has a lot of weight in my mind. I know Slam's numbers technically right now are 4A, but just barely. In the 3A, we try to be pretty consistent with numbers, but we've also been pretty flexible if you're close to 3A numbers. So Slam has been one of those good 3A members. And so I would be in favor of Slam staying in 3A.
Any other comments or questions? Nothing from the rest of our committee in terms of questions or comments. We will leave this open for a motion either way on Slam moving from 4A to 3A cross country.
Dallas Stars in 3A South, I will make a motion that Slam stay in the 3A and both boys and girls cross country.
Do we have a second?
Bob Petrell. 3A North, second.
Motion by Mr. Larson, a second from Mr. Cottrell to approve Slam's appeal to go from the 4A to 3A in boys and girls cross country. Any other questions or comments? We'll go to a roll call vote. We can start with the 3A, please, Mr. Mayor.
Bill Tao,
Yes.
Dallas Larson.
Yes.
Jason Odegaard,
Yes.
Rob Cottrell. Wade Pearson.
Yes.
Paul Sullivan.
No.
Tammy Hayvick,
Yes.
Tony Polting,
Yes.
Domingo Rivera,
Yes.
Isabel Sanchez. Yes. Art Anderson,
Yes.
Darrell Bell,
Yes.
Freeman Holbrook,
Yes.
Chris Mavra,
Yes.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz,
Yes.
Miles Baldwin,
Yes.
David Vick,
No.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Yes.
Ken Parker. Mike Brooks. Sarah Scott,
17-2. By vote of 17-2. I'm sorry, 18-2. I was late start. By a count of 18-2, the motion, the appeal by Slam to go from the 4A to the 3A cross country has been approved by this committee. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Coe, for the presentation. We will move on to page 33 and 34 of our packet. And this is from Pinecrest Academy Sloan Canyon. They're appealing the decision to reclassify Pinecrest Sloan Canyon into the 4A for boys soccer, girls soccer, and cross country. So this appeal is to go 4A to 3A, boys soccer, girls soccer, and cross country. And I believe we do have a representative from Sloan Canyon with us.
How's it going? My name is Nate Oishi. I'm the athletic director at Sloan Canyon. Our projected enrollment next year is 900 with the multiplier that puts us in 4A. A lot of our students aren't really coming to Pinecrest for sports. In the fall, we struggle with numbers. Volleyball and football have been growing. There are new programs that have been growing in the major sports, but sports like soccer, cross country, we struggled. Boys soccer finished 4-4. Didn't make playoffs, but remained competitive. We like playing in the 3A level. Girls soccer was winless. We only won one game last year, no game this year. For this season, we had to go PE class to PE class because we only had 4 girls signed up. So we had to try to find as many girls as possible to come out and try to get a PE credit. Cross country only had 4 boys and 1 girl. Again, not competitive, but we believe at the 3A level, those sports will be good additions to you guys' leagues. And it'll help the kids continue to like the sport and not quit the sport and grow those programs because we are a newer school. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Oishi or any comments from our committee? Mr. Cope.
Mike Coper, Charter School Liaison. I'd like to ask Nate if this is a all-inclusive appeal that all the programs would go or none would go, or can they be taken individually? We could take it individually for boys, girls soccer and boys, girls cross country. So you're saying you can take either both soccer programs and both cross country? You don't want to split up boys soccer and girls soccer. You want them to be combined in your classification. I would like them combined in the classification for the bus schedules. But if it's a thing where you guys only want girls to stay in 3A and boys to move up, then we take that too.
Again, as Mr. Oishi pointed out, the enrollment number projected for next year, 900, that obviously, because they are a charter school, would be double. Or an adjusted enrollment, 1,800, which is 4A classification. That's where Sloan was classified by this committee. Any other questions or comments? And again, as Mr. Oishi pointed out, Sloan would be all right if this were separated into just a cross-country appeal and a soccer appeal being 2 separate things. I am in no way trying to lead this committee into any type of motion here, how you would make it, but just letting you know that that is availability. So if we have no other questions or comments, we would entertain a motion on Sloan Canyon's appeal. Ms. Hayden.
I'm not gonna make a motion. Can I ask for you?
Yeah.
Representatives. Put you on the spot again.
Okay, now it starts in 3A South. Once again, it's, 900, I know doubled is 1,800, but even 900 is almost double what we have. I think once again, Tyrell Cooper, and I was expecting a lot more charters to appeal when I saw his letter. I think part of this also is, I don't know, their worry about the number of teams that qualify for state. I know my coach was concerned about that. I don't know if that changes, if we add more to 3A, if that changes the number of teams that qualify.
That's a decision for this committee that would come up after we decide.
We decide who's in them. Once again, that's just a lot of kids and enrollment. Even though we budged a little bit on enrollment numbers, I feel want to stay close as I can to that 2,000 or 1,300 number. So that's tough for me. Although, like I said, Tyrell in cross country, that might be something I could entertain, but not soccer.
So regard 3A South, I'd like to see us vote on each sport individually.
Well, do any voting, we need to have a motion, so. Roll call. Just for lack of motion at this point, there is no vote to be taken on it, the appeal from Sloan Canyon. We just move on at this point. Mr. Ishii, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to page 35 of your packet, and this appeal comes to us from Doral Academy Red Rock on its boys soccer program. They are currently classified 4A for this next cycle and are appealing to go to 3A in boys soccer, and Mr. Farmer is here, Doral Red Rock. Mr. Farmer.
Good morning. I have some data here about our men's soccer program. Back when we were first allowed in 21, 22, because of the multiplier, we replaced it 4A. We went 0-11-1, gave up 63 goals and we scored 4. We had 36 boys that tried out for soccer that year. We were 0-10-1 in league play. Following year, we were still in 4A, obviously, 22, 23. We were 0-17. We gave up 83 goals and we scored 10. After that, you guys placed us in 3A for competitive balance. We went to 3A in 23, 24. We were 13-5. Obviously, we were more competitive. We kind of fit there, it seems like. We were 10-2 in league play. We lost to Virgin Valley in the quarterfinals. This past season, we were 8-12-1. Overall, we were 5-6 in league play. But our program is starting to grow. We have 50 boys come out because when you're not getting your head beat in, more kids want to come out and kind of compete a little bit. So it feels like to us, 3A is where we belong. Again, I'll go back to our 4A record. In 2 years, we were 0-28 and 1 tie. Our 2-year record since we've been in 3A, we're 21-17-1. We have a 54% winning percentage. So again, when we're talking about competitive balance, we're fit. That's where we belong. We've had 1 winning season in our 4 years of soccer. Again, that was in 3A and 23-24. During that time in 3A, we allowed 57 goals. We scored 116. In 4A, obviously, we didn't win a game. We have no winning percentage. We allowed 146 goals and scored 14. So when we talk about competitive balance, multiplier or not, 4A is not where we belong at this moment. Obviously, our goal is to have all of our programs there. But right now, with our boys soccer program, we just can't compete in 4A, but 3A we're there. That's numbers tell us that's where we belong, and that's what we're feeling to be.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Questions or comments from the committee?
What's their enrollment?
What's your enrollment?
About 1,100,
And that obviously would be double because they are a charter school.
which is how we started in 4A to begin with. And then we replaced in 3A because of competitive balance.
Other questions or comments? Again, the appeal here is to go from 4A to 3A for boys soccer. We have no other questions or comments. Mr. Holt.
Miles Baldwin, 1A North. The 3A soccer does include 2A schools as well, correct?
At this point, it does, especially in the south, because we have some. Other questions or comments?
No, Sergeant 3A South, is Doral offer any other team sport in the fall besides soccer?
Yeah.
They do have tennis.
Yeah. We have all of our other sports in the fall are 4A, except our men's soccer team that was, again, placed in 3A due to the lack of being competitive in 4A. Girls soccer, tennis, what else do we have in the fall? Volleyball, yeah, girls volleyball, those are all in 4A. Just our boys soccer team not there yet.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, we would entertain a motion at this point on Doral Red Rock's appeal to go from the 4A to 3A in boys soccer.
Crowd control 3 north, make a motion to deny. Well, the three, down to 3.
Motion on the table for Mr. Cottrell to deny the appeal. Do we have a second? Second from Ms. Sanchez. The appeal, or the motion rather by Mr. Cottrell, the second by Ms. Sanchez to deny Doral Red Rock's appeal from the 4A to the 3A in boys soccer. Again, a yes vote here indicates that you also wish to deny the appeal. A no vote means you are in favor of Doral's appeal. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? This wonder we would start with the 3A.
Phil Tao,
Yeah.
Dallas Larson,
Yes.
Jason Odegaard,
Yes.
Rob Cottrell,
Yes.
Wade Pearson,
Yes.
Paul Sullivan,
Yes.
Tammy Haybig.
Yes.
Tony Posey,
Yes.
Domingo Rivera,
Yes.
Isabel Sanchez. Yes. Art Anderson,
Yes.
Darrell Val,
Yes.
Freeman Holbrook,
Yes.
Chris Magrum,
Yes.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz.
Yes.
Miles Baldwin,
Yes.
David Vick,
Yes.
Sean Fitzsimons,
No.
Ken Parker,
Yes.
Mike Brooks, Sarah Scott.
By vote of 19-1, the Doral Red Rock's appeal has been denied. Mr. Farmer, thank you for being here. Moving on to page number 37 in your packet, and this is an appeal from Shadow Ridge High School. They're appealing the decision to move the girls soccer team from 5A to 4A. And we do have Ms. Guthrie here from Shadow Ridge.
Marissa Guthrie, I'm athletic administrator at Shadow Ridge High School. We are asking to stay in 5A for our girls soccer team. We put some highlights here just to kind of reiterate. The girls soccer team will be returning 17 varsity players, including 8 starters, our goalkeeper, the entire starting defense, and the leading goal scorer. During the 24-25 season, the team had 4 losses by just 1 goal, 3 by 2 goals, and definitely were in competitive performances in every match or in every match. The only team to defeat Faith Lutheran, who was the eventual state champion, was Shadow Ridge with a score of 3-1. The next game, good game. We currently are finished this season with 5 freshmen, 5 sophomores, all of whom will return next season. And we just feel that competing in 4A would definitely lead to an unbalanced playing field. Just to give a little context, in the last 2 years, we faced only one 4A opponent that resulted in a 7-0 victory. So definitely not very balanced there in the adversity role. So that is some of the reasons why we are asking to stay in 5A for our girls soccer team.
Ms. Habig?
I'm ready to make a motion. I make a motion that we grant their appeal and allow them to stay in 5A.
Motion on the table for Ms. Habig to grant the appeal. Do we have a second? Second for Ms. Sanchez. This wonder was not prepared for that. Thank you. Any questions or comments from our committee first?
Tony Posey, 45A South. So we approved the 7, but this alter the number, just increase the number to 8.
Would,
Because my concern is what people are not realizing is the level between 5A and 4A girls soccer is huge. So the two, and I'll be selfish and speak on just behalf of my school right now, that we're 5A and we've earned that right to be there, I understand that. But keep in mind that those numbers you're seeing from Foothill and Centennial are so skewed due to the level of competition in 4A. So, I mean, what she's saying here is absolutely right. So you're gonna see, these 2 teams that are moving up from 4A to 5A.
there's gonna be a huge discrepancy between two teams and the teams who have been in five A. So all the rubric numbers you're seeing, especially from 4A soccer, the girls soccer team moving up, though, it's smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of points there, but it's not due to quality of soccer, if I can, for lack of a better way to put that.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Tony, for saying that, because that's been one of the arguments this committee has been, that we've been trying to stress to everyone, that rubric numbers are sometimes isolated in a certain area, and a school playing multiple games in the same area with the same level of competition could amass numbers that may skew it one way or the other. Am I saying that I don't disagree or agree? I'm just trying to reiterate that what Tony is saying is very good, that sometimes you have to look beyond the numbers as to what they're really saying. And that's very, very poignant. Thank you.
Page 41 of your packet is the girls soccer rubric with the point totals. Again, we drew that line, this committee did, between Foothill and Palo Verde. Foothill at 208.556 points. Palo Verde was next with 180.948. Shadow Ridge was 15th in this at 162.749. A little bit misleading because we've got Pahrump and Virgin Valley that are 3A only, that are kind of in that mix. Shadow Ridge among those teams that would be eligible for 5A placement would be 12th. Mr. Jackson.
I also want to go back that this is not unprecedented, a school in this situation. We can go back to the realignment 4 years ago. Durango boys basketball was sitting about that far out of 5A basketball, appealed up 2 years later, won the state title. Their numbers put them at about the same level. They were sitting in that 4A, just floating, and they came to this committee, appealed up, went up, and 2 years later, they'd won a state title. So, sorry, I know, hard story to hear. But this is not unprecedented to see someone jump this far up.
Yeah, Tony points it out, and just, kind of similar to the letter, these two programs, I'll just speak to Centennial and Foothill are the two 4As that are moving up. You've built all this momentum and now moving up into 5A, we haven't had a B team for 3 years. So, and I get it. Again, I'm not crying on, we're spilled milk here. We've earned our right to be up there. But what you need to understand is there's 6 or 7 great programs and a bunch of mediocre to average. We were great for the last couple of years, but I just think these 4A soccer, especially in the girls, well, in both divisions, are very misleading. But I know we have a motion, so it's a vote.
Any other discussion on this first? Okay, we have a motion on the table from Ms. Habig and a second from Ms. Sanchez to approve Shadow Ridge's appeal to go from the 4A to the 5A in girls soccer. At this time, we would have a roll call vote in the 4A, 5A group, please.
Tim Habig.
Yes.
Tony Pulte.
Absolutely.
Domingo Rivera. Domingo?
Yes.
So quiet. Isabel Sanchez. Yes. Art Anderson.
Yes.
Darval Bell.
Yes.
Freeman Holbrook.
Yes. Yes.
Chris Madram.
Yes.
Brooke Bormaster. Yes. Joshua Katz.
Yes.
Miles Baldwin.
Yes.
David Vick.
Yes.
John Fitzsimons.
Yes.
Ken Parker.
Yes.
Mike Brooks. Sarah Scott. Phil Tao.
Yes.
Dallas Larson.
Yes.
Jason Odegaard.
Yes.
Rob Petrell.
Yes.
Wade Pearson.
Yes.
And Paul Sullivan.
Yes.
21. By a vote of 20-0, that motion has been approved and Shadow Ridge's appeal therefore has been approved from the 4A to the 5A in girls soccer. Ms. Guthrie, thank you.
It's sorry. I feel like I'm on a game show.
I need to time this better. So that would be a good reveal of these votes. We'll move to page 38 in your packet. This appeal comes to us from Harborview High School. We're having tennis. From the 4A, we're going to be aligned to the 5A. We have Mr. Howard here from Harborview. on behalf of the school to present this appeal. So, Mr. Howard.
Okay, yeah, we're appealing to go up, mainly, we've been competitive, not elite, obviously. But over the past 2 years, our boys roster in 24-25 was 20 kids. 23-24 was 24, girls roster was 16, and then 18. And what happens in these individual sports, where what my coach relayed to me is that in 4A, not all the teams are going to be able to produce complete lineups. So that actually would limit our participation for our kids in our full lineups. And this past year, we actually ended up, which is kind of a first in our school, we ended up having to cut kids. That's how high our participation numbers are. So I think for kids getting to play, and then obviously I think we're competitive enough to move up to 5A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. The line was drawn at 6 in tennis, and this was the one sport where we talked about the gap between 4A and 5A being large, and girls soccer, it is chasm comes to 4A and 5A tennis. We look at our rubric on this. Again, that 6th team, a little bit misleading because Boulder City and the Meadows are both in that mix, and they are 3A only, although the Meadows field 4A in tennis. Clark had 143.063 points. If we look at Harborview, Foothill and Doral are in between Clark and Harborview. Harborview did 112.737. The two programs, boys and girls, not a huge difference between them at Harborview. They were both pretty much, not exactly equal. Girls program a little bit stronger, but not a huge gap in there like we see with some other ones. Comments or questions from our committee?
Before I South, I make a motion that we approve Harborview's appeal up to 5A in boys and girls tennis.
Motion on the table. Mr. Bolsey, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Habig. The motion is an approval of Harborview's appeal to go 5A in tennis, made by Mr. Bolsian, seconded by Ms. Habig. Any other questions or comments? Take this to a roll call vote. We'll begin for a 5A group, please, Ms. Wonder.
Tammy Habig. Yes. Tony Bolton.
Yes.
Domingo. Isabel Sanchez.
Yes.
Art Anderson.
Yes.
Darrell Bell. Freeman Holbrook.
Yes. Yes.
Chris Magrum.
Yes.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz.
Yes.
Miles Baldwin.
Yes.
David Vick.
Yes.
Jonathan Simons.
Yes.
Ken Parker.
Yes.
Mike Brooks.
Yeah.
Sarah Scott. Bill Tao.
Yes.
Dallas Larson.
Yes.
Jason Odegaard.
Yes.
Rob Cottrell.
Yes.
Wade Pearson.
Yes.
Paul Sullivan.
Yes.
Is it? I vote 20-0. Harborview's appeal to go to 5A in tennis has been granted by this committee. Mr. Howard, thank you so much for your time. This one is not in your packet, because I neglected to forward it to Ms. Wonder when I didn't realize she wasn't on the email. This comes to us from Liberty High School. This is an appeal up to the 5A in girls volleyball and in boys and girls cross country. And we do have Mr. Morocco is with us here from Liberty to present this appeal, and I will also try to find that email here and post it up. That's Liberty Baptist. Cross country girls volleyball and boys and girls cross country. And that letter is up on the screen now that came to us from Mr. Goroff at Liberty High School. And Mr. Morocco, then whenever you're ready, sir.
All right, good morning again. Good morning again. Hello, there we go. Good morning again. We are asking that we could appeal up in cross country and girls volleyball. We feel that both of our programs are on the rise and competitive. You know, our girls volleyball team was able to defeat Coronado in a tournament this year. All the games are exciting and they're just competitive. And that's what you want in the 5A level. Also with our enrollment and our young kids coming up, we feel over the next several years, we will be competitive in 5A in volleyball for girls. Cross country, similar. We have probably the most freshman and sophomore boys and girls running cross country than we've had
in years. We've struggled with maintaining a consistent cross-country coach, and now we have one, as well as having Coach Anderson on staff, who's a big member in the track and cross-country community. So we're asking that you would consider us to stay up in both of those sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morocco. Just for, again, as we look at this, Liberty was slotted 11th in volleyball. A little misleading because the Meadows is in front, that's protected. So they would have been 10th in this, and we took the top 8 here. We'd be skipping over Power basically in volleyball. Cross-country wise, and I apologize for those I'm making dizzy by scrolling through this quickly. Liberty's cross-country team actually slotted in 15. But as Mr. Morocco alluded to, some younger runners in the program as well. Questions or comments from our committee about the appeal by Liberty in volleyball and cross-country to go into the 5A? If there are no questions or comments, we would entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we approve Liberty's appeal of girls volleyball and cross country from 4A to 5.
Motion on the table, do we have a second? Thank you. Motion by Mr. Posey and a second by Ms. Sanchez to approve Liberty's appeal in volleyball, girls volleyball, and in boys and girls cross country to move to the 5A. Any further questions or comments? We'll go to a roll call vote. And again, Ms. Warner, if we could start with the 4A, 5A, please.
Tammy Havik,
Yes.
Tony Colton,
Yes.
Domingo Rivera, Isabel Sanchez. Yes. Art Anderson,
Yes.
Darrell Bell,
Yes.
Freeman Holbrook,
Yes.
Yes.
Chris Magrum,
Yes.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz,
Yes.
Miles Baldwin,
Yes.
David Vitt,
Yes.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Yes.
Ken Parker.
Yes.
Mike Brooks. Sarah Scott. Phil Tao,
Yes.
Dallas Larson,
Yes.
Jason Odegaard,
Yes.
Rob Cottrell,
Yes.
Wade Pearson,
Yes.
Paul Sullivan.
Yes.
By a vote of 20-0, that motion is approved. Liberty's appeal to go to the 5A in volleyball and in cross country is approved. Do we have anybody else here in attendance today wishing to appeal on behalf of their school? Do not see anybody else? Is there anybody on this committee that representing their school wishes to appeal today that didn't get the paperwork in time? I don't want to miss anybody. Okay. Real quick, are we good just to keep rolling here? Does people need a break real quick to go to the restroom? You tell me.
Verbally.
I don't hear anybody saying I need a break, so move to page 45 in your packet. And this is placement of the 1A schools for the fall 2025 and spring 2028 alignment cycle for possible action. What we did at our last meeting is we put that group of schools into the 1A. We never got to being able to put them into leagues, put them into regions, because we quite simply ran out of time. So if you would look at, starting on page 46 of your packet, this is just a proposal on the part of the NIAA of what these leagues would look like. They are very much based on what is currently in play, with a couple of exceptions. If we look at football, for instance, those leagues got awfully tiny last year. It didn't give these teams very many games. With 1A playing 8-man football, it's hard for you can say it better than I can. It's difficult for these 1A teams to go out and find non-league games. It really is. And that's why where you see football, we proposed putting all 10 teams in the north together, putting all 10 teams in the south together. That's a 9-game league schedule at that point. If they want to play a Hall of Fame game, if you've got a team coming from California, Arizona, wherever, great. We had some questions about a school like Beaver Dam. Beaver Dam right now does not have a football program. We are uncertain as to whether or not they can bring it back within this cycle. It's much easier to align them, scratch them, than it is to try to go back and add when teams have already filled out their schedules. When we look at baseball, again, when we look at the East there in baseball, and Mr. Baldwin, you can speak to this as well as anybody can. The list of teams runs dry fast. And that's why those two leagues combined, the Central and South, and 5 teams, they can still find games against each other. Softball, kind of the same way, although we just have the 4 teams, the Spring Mountain being a single gender school, does not have softball. I was a little bit reluctant in a sport like baseball or in volleyball, basketball, to put South and Central together, to put East and West together, simply because when you look at that travel, if we don't have to send a Round Mountain to a Laughlin or to a Beaver Dam, it's probably better to not do that. If we don't have to send a Jackpot or a McDermott to a Sage Ridge, probably better to not do that, just in the amount of travel, and the amount of time it takes. 1A people, I'm gonna keep babbling here, but like your thoughts on just how we have it here and what you would like to see. Feel free to speak up.
Miles Baldwin, 1A, East, 1A North. I've enjoyed having football, baseball in one big North league. It's filled our schedule. Otherwise, like you look at the baseball, softball, we have 4 league games, and then try to fill up to 17 non-league games. I know they did that 2 cycles ago. And they've done that off and on, and it's very difficult. So I'm in favor of keeping everything in the North, the way it is, the way it's listed here.
Mr. Vick?
I'll let David Vick, 1A West. So we went this way for the simple fact of we were playing each other anyway, because you had to make that travel for the game. So why not put it into a league to at least justify why you're making that travel? Rather than travel 400 miles for a non-league game, make it a league and make it matter.
Our office did also receive proposal. And I will put that up on the screen here momentarily from Liberty Baptist, where they had a central league that would have Beatty, Indian Springs, Rock Mountain, Spring Mountain, Tonopah, and Brannigan. Moving Brannigan to the south, the central, the Southern League, Addison, Beaver Dam, Laughlin, Liberty Baptist, Mountain View, Sandy Valley, and Word of Life. Liberty Baptist, one of those schools that does not play the full gamut of sports. They are basically volleyball and basketball when it comes to this type of alignment. That came to us again from the athletic director of Liberty Baptist Academy, Mr. Brad Halverson. Mr. Vick, I see you've got your card up again. Comments?
David Vick, 1A. I have no fight in this, but I don't believe that somebody that has been in the South since the start of the South should get moved out and move more teams into there and tell them, here, you gotta hit the road now, you gotta travel. That's just my own personal opinion. I think that you have Alamo, which is the team that is, people are trying to move, for lack of better words, Mingo, Alamo is Bishop Gorman in our league. I don't mean that wrongly, I have the greatest respect for that. But nobody wants to play that. Okay, I don't think it's right to make them move just to let somebody else come in there.
Stormaster.
Master 1A South. I did reach out for us, like you said, we do play some of the same teams to try and see if we wanted to go back to South where we traveled every other year, right? You play everybody once kind of thing. They're definitely split in the people that refer back. I am thrilled to and hope that we can get the South 1A football all in one because trying to find 6 games is tough. You know, we have 3 league games for Brannigan. And trying to find that many non-league games is hard to do. I'm good with the way, you guys have set the leagues, I think. I do agree with Mr. Vick. I have been getting a lot of feedback from schools that are coming in that, do want to have us on the road more. We already are dealing with schools that don't have facilities
that only can play, we're on a 4-day school work, a 4-day school week, which means we have to travel during school because a lot of our schools don't have facilities. They can only get their rec centers Mondays, Tuesdays. So, you know, I think how you have the league set is good.
Again, another reason too, when we look at these leagues, I need a screen as though the people on Zoom can see. Volleyball and basketball, and again, a lot of 1A people speak to this. Oftentimes what we see from our 1A schools and even some of our 2A schools is they will trade 3 of those games for a third tournament in certain sports and play 15-3. If they want to do that, the more teams you put in the league, if you want to try to still play a double round robin, you're running your game limit really fast, if not go over. That was another driving factor behind what we have here in front of us. Any other comments or questions from our committee? Mr. Fitzsimons.
Sean Fitzsimons, 2A South, just a reminder as well, for you want in the South, remember last week we had Awakened Christian going down as an independent. Was that contingent on they have to schedule them or just an option?
Option.
So Awakened Christian will be a 1A independent or any 1A school, South or North. So decided to throw that out there as a reminder.
Right. Now, in this first year, we do not expect people to ban football, so that is a possibility to slot in right there. And again, that's up to schools. It's up to schools whether or not they want to schedule an independent opponent. Other comments or questions? Otherwise, we would entertain a motion on placement for our 1A. Mr. Beck.
David Decker. I'm going to motion to approve the alignment that's been presented for the 1A.
Thank you, Mr. Vick. Do we have a second?
Miles Baldwin, 1A East.
Motion for Mr. Vick, second for Mr. Baldwin to approve what is presented for the 1A classification and 1A leagues. Any further question or comment? I'm thinking we can just go straight voice vote on this one. Let's see if I'm proving right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a 1A alignment. We've accomplished something. All right. Oh, we're gonna say it, I did. Page 47. Item number 8. Placement of 2A schools for the fall 2025 through spring 2028 alignment cycle. Page 48 in your packet has again a proposal from the NIAA on the possibility for football, 1 league each, girls volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball. You see that, you see little notes of schools that don't have this sport or don't have another sport. Incline has been approved, volleyball, boys basketball. This was going to be a giant matrix. So I put this out over 6 or 8 pages. Please note when we get to golf, the 2A North and golf also includes the 1A and they split into a West and East. As mentioned before, our wrestling and our cross country, those 1A schools come up and join as well, 2A. I will look at our 2A representatives that are here, and Mr. Brooks, I think, is still with us by Zoom. Ms. Scott is not. That leaves Mr. Simons and Mr. Parker in the room with us. Thoughts, gentlemen, on this? Mr. Fitzsimons.
Sean Fitzsimons, 2A South. Mr. Parker was wondering about West Wendover coming into the Southern. Just kidding.
Don't start wars today.
As you can see, our Southern 2A football is limited. Didn't really lose anything with Addison. They don't have football. Waffle was a 1A independent football. So it's not like we eliminated teams in our league. It is still difficult to get Southern League football opponents, but that's just the way it is. One thing about looking at the girls volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball, especially in the Southern League, is we have 8 schools that will at least play volleyball and basketball. That kind of helps with scheduling. Like you were saying, we do home and home in basketball and volleyball, so that helps us in our scheduling needs. I have no issues, I haven't heard from the north. As you can see, Incline, based on their appeal last year, that'll be a little bit of scheduling thing with volleyball and girls' basketball. Girls' basketball is on 2A, obviously. I really don't have anything else other than we got a question here on the very bottom, White Pine Golf in the north.
They are the 2A East League in golf, and they have been there.
So it can't hardly place out, the golf part is tough for us, they're trying to get into some other matches, that only puts us with two, potentially Addison, who said they might have a couple, but right now it's just the most in Lake Mead. And then 2A golf.
And if I could, you speak up just a little bit too, Mr. Parker, if you speak, but for golf, we look at girls' golf, Needles and Lake Mead have not really fielded a whole lot in girls' golf. We're
Needles
talking
Golf
mostly boys
had
here.
1 to 2 girls the last couple of years, and I believe Lake Mead might have one this year, and still waiting to hear back on it.
And I think in the past, when Lake Mead's had golf, and this was true, I know with the Meadows in one case, over a couple of years, that girl has generally joined the boys team in some cases and played the boys season, opposed to the girls. Season. White Pine has pretty regularly filled golf teams out. They have been part of that 2A East, along with the West Wendover of Battle Mountain. Wells, I believe, often has as well, Mr. Baldwin. So they do have a few teams up there. We have heard from our 2A golf coordinator, Ms. Harris, about, again, this isn't part of this item, about restructuring maybe some tournament formats to, when we get to boys golf, not have it 2-2-2, but maybe more representative of the number of teams that are within that region. That's a discussion we can have when we get to tournament formats. But yeah, at this point, White Pine has stayed in that 2A East for golf. Mr. Parker.
So along with that, at regional, is that potentially putting us hosting or Lake Mead hosting teams? Yeah, White Pine will still stay.
White Pine will
Now
still
with
stay.
Wendover leaving, going next year.
And Wendover's played 2A East in golf also.
But I completely understand that, they come down and.
Miles Baldwin, 1A East. So our 2A East League is Wells, West Wendover, Jackpot sometimes if they have a team or not. White Pine, Battle Mountain. And then Elko Spring Creek JVs will join that as well. What it's done is it's our travel. And I know White Pine likes being in that East League for travel. But I would say, I don't know if we put them in the South, I don't think that changes anything to their regular season. We were to put them in a 2A South, that they could still be in our East League for regular season and then go to a Southern tournament.
Some regional time, White Pine still.
I believe, Mr. Baldwin, the region tournament for golf, girls golf this fall, that was held in Jackpot, I believe.
Jackpot.
White Pine actually ran that.
Right, White Pine coordinator, yes.
Yeah.
In Jackpot. And they've been a great member. And you know, our East Golf's kind of unique in that sense that we've got. That's kind of the one league where our locale is what drives it, not our enrollment. It's a fun league.
Stupid silence.
Before I make the motion, Sean Simons to himself, before I make the motion, Mr. Brooks, I believe, is trying to, he has something to add. I don't know if his microphone's working.
Mr. Brooks, are you with us? He's raised his hand. Mr. Brooks, if you can unmute, go ahead, sir. He is unmuted. Mr. Brooks, can you hear us? Gotcha. There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, I'll give you one more chance. Can you hear us, sir? I'm gonna try to run a little technical on this, see if we can get him in.
It's not.
Mark? Simon's 2A South. Yeah, I think he was just gonna mention that Silver Stage is not listed in Northern football.
Silver Stage is not listed in Northern football, it needs to be. We'll get that added in here, they would go into the north. So any motion, if we are to make one to approve this or whatever policy, please do include that in there. If we get that adjusted when we send it out to the schools and we send it out to the board of control. Mr. Fitzsimons.
Simon's 2A South, I will now make the motion to approve the NIA's alignment of schools for 2A for the 2025 through 2026 through 2027 to 2028. The inclusion of Silver Stage High School replacing the Northern League for football as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimons. Do we have a second?
Mark Trace out.
Mr. Parker with a second. Any further questions or discussion? Here we go. Mr. Pearson.
Wade Pearson, 3 North, just a discussion with soccer. There's the leagues. I know the South doesn't have 2A soccer at all, right? Up in the north, if you look ahead, you're gonna see a group of 16 teams, and we've got Battle Mount, West Wendover, White Pine, and a few other ones. I think we're gonna, with that new policy of creating a league, we talked about the director earlier in one of our earlier meetings, having a smaller state tournament for small teams. The levels pretty between teams of smaller schools and bigger schools. So I don't know if we need to address that now or when we get to the 3A side of things. I just want to put that out there for discussion, let everybody make that aware.
I was gonna bring that up during the 3A, but I'm glad you did, because that's a good reminder. I'll jump on it now. We have talked to a few of our 2A schools that play soccer, and as this group knows, right now, we don't have 2A soccer. Right, we bypassed that, put them all in 3A. With the exception of a couple of schools, what we saw were a whole lot of 17-0, 13-0, 19-0. You spent 4 times as much time on the bus as you did playing the game. And then turned around with a loss, and we had a couple of 2A schools, and talking to one of our officials commissioners, they were ready to give up on the season partway through, because their goalie was spending more time fishing the ball in the back of the net than their players were kicking it. And it was getting a little bit difficult for them. Do you want to address that when we get to the 3A? For now, the placement just deals with sports on the board here, so I think we're going to be okay with that. Bring it up. The other point to mention about that, we've had a long-standing rule that you have to have 9 teams in a classification for there to be a state championship. That was part of the reason we went away. We didn't have 9 in the 2A that were playing soccer. Our board recently passed wording. It hasn't gone all the way through LCB yet and become part of what you see anywhere when you see the NIAA, that the executive director has the privilege to basically waive that rule for competitive balancing. So we could have fewer than 9 in the classification to have that championship. Next item, I think that's where we're going to handle that. So again, thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Pearson. Any other questions or any other comments? Okay, motion on the table for Mr. Fitzsimons, seconded by Mr. Parker to accept the proposal seen on the screen with Silver Stage also added in to the 2A Northern League in football. Did I get that correct? Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We've accomplished 2 things. Page 49 of your packet. I'll try to get through this one, item number 10. Yeah. We have placement of the 3A here, and if we look at page 50, football blank, you get to it, I promise. Close your window.
We keep getting
There you go.
weird.
We get
Okay.
weird freezes on there. It's like one, like a very strange pixelation. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's set that. Out of the way. Obviously, as we start to look at the 3A, which is broken out sport by sport here, Please do keep in mind that we've already had an appeal by SLAM, which would be added into cross-country in the 3A. That is on page 51. We would strike them from the 4A Mountain League. The other appeals that involved the 3A were denied by this group earlier today. We're just talking 3A right now. Just 3A. And again, I went off an old format on this, so if it's a little bit confusing, I do apologize on that. We have in our cross country, those were just kept into one giant league in each half. Again, SLAM would join here in the 3A Southern League. If we look at girls golf.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We've also, what's entered the conversation is the new Debbie Smith school that's gonna be opening next year, which we believe is gonna be in the 3A.
700.
Somewhere between 650 and 700.
Correct, Jackson. So there's a new school opening and very similar to what we're in right now. It's a career technical academy in the Washoe School District. Debbie Smith, they will open with projected enrollment between 650 and 700. Their membership will go before the board in January with the anticipation it would be approved as it's an opening of a new school within an established district and they would have full membership at that time. With that, we would probably need to project out where they would fall into what league and into what division. If so, by this committee. It also would lend itself to the ability after the fact, which is by regulation, we're allowed to do this. After the fact, the leagues can be readjusted as necessary by the coordinator or the scheduler of that league. So we can put them in a league right now, or we can just denote that they will go into a league, and before league schedules are developed, put them where they best fit. And I don't mean best fit for competition, I mean best fit for logistics of the league. So that would fall, because that would put them squarely in the 3, correct?
You said 700?
Yes, that would put them squarely in the 3. So I would say to this committee, what's your flavor? Put them in a league right now, or put them on the line of 3A and just say, when we get there, we put them in.
Let me first compare this to what we currently have right now with American Heritage, which has come before our board. American Heritage was granted conditional membership on the basis that they fulfill their schedules this year. As we look back into the 2A, we have approved American Heritage into leagues. Again, under the board's conditional membership that American Heritage do completed season. Mr. Jackson has done a lot of scheduling in his life. I've done a lot in my life. We've got a few people around the table that do a ton of it still. It has always been easier for me as a scheduling person to put somebody in and take them out later than it is to try to have them in after the fact. I don't know if that's true for everybody. That's the way I think it is. But if we are looking at Debbie Smith, they would slot into this 3A Northern region. And what I would suggest as we go along here and go through this, because we're gonna have soccer breaking out, is I would suggest as we attempt to approve any 3A alignments. Let's please do this sport by sport to make it a little bit easier as well. Mr. Control.
Rob Cottrell, 3A North, do we know what sports Debbie Smith intends to have now?
Mr. Jackson's got that someplace.
Yeah, what we've.
Mr.
No, please.
Just what we've heard is everything except, no football, no baseball, and no softball. But they'll have both boys and girls soccer, they'll have cross country, they'll have, if we're just doing fall, cross country, boys and girls golf, girls volleyball, boys and girls soccer, I believe tennis. Yeah, they'll have tennis and, golf.
And for now, again, this committee has approved the 3A to be enrollment based. So in theory, much like the 1A, 2A, we could approve across the board. Problem with that is we're gonna have some of these sports in the 3A that because We have a very few number of teams that have the sport. They happen to be all geographically based in one spot. We may have to flesh out those leagues a little bit by adding some more teams to it. I did not want to get to that point where we were trying to approve that and then leaving the rest of the 4A and 5A off into the winter and in the fall or into the spring. I'd like to have better data, better numbers for when we do that. So, and again, if we could go back through that, no football, but we believe they intend to have every other fall sport.
Every other fall sport.
Other questions or comments from the committee? And I believe Mr. Croy did a site visit with them last week and everything checked out.
Yep, they're on their way. The construction's going along nicely. Participation is high.
All right, so cross country is up in front of you right now in the 3A. We would need to add Debbie Smith into the northern region. As we get through any of these sports, either the north or the south, if they would like to divide into two leagues, the league president or scheduler, as Mr. Jackson referred to, does have that ability with working with our office to be able to do that before the schedule's created. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we entertain a motion looking at the 3A and cross country.
I'll make a motion that we approve the 3A boys and girls cross country, noting that Slam was approved to be in the 3A South.
Pardon me.
And Debbie Smith for the Northern League.
Yes. Sure.
Cottrell, 3A North, I second.
Motion on the table for Mr. Larson and the second for Mr. Cottrell, as presented with Debbie Smith in the north, Slam in the south, Mr. Odegaard.
Just for clarification, what's up on the screen is the cross country.
Yeah.
That's golf. Thank you. What's up on the screen then? What happens when I cut off my own screen? I can't see what's put out. Thank you, Mr. Odegaard. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Cottrell, you get your card? Okay. Again, the motion to approve with Debbie Smith added to the north, Slam moving from the 4A to the 3A in the south for cross country. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So we gotta get through some other things. Move stuff around. Gotcha. I'm gonna do that after lunch. Girls golf, page 82. Now what's presented on the screen is actually girls golf. We would need to add Debbie Smith in here. There were no appeals that affected the 3A in golf. You're looking at 11 teams in the northern region, 6 in the southern region. Any questions, comments here? We entertain a motion.
Cottrell, 3A North, make a motion to approve as stated, plus Debbie Smith in the north.
We have a second. Mr. Odegaard with a second. Mr. Cottrell with a motion to approve as presented, adding Debbie Smith into the northern region of the 3A. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Page number 53, and here's where the fun starts. As we mentioned before, this one's boys soccer. Here's where we have that potential breakout in the 3A and the 2A for soccer. As we consider this, the other part to consider when you look in the 3A in the southern region, Addison School, American Heritage, Word of Life are all 1A or 2A schools playing currently in the 3A. In order to get them games, I don't see anywhere they go other than in the 3A league, but we could break them out for a postseason tournament. There are options with the 3A in both the East and the West League. Could we keep those teams in the same league that they're at right now? Sure, we could, but that doesn't get away from the 17-0 and 19-0 and 21-0. Could we separate the 2A out into its own separate league? Absolutely, we could do that. Whatever this committee's flavor is, and I'm going to turn and look specifically at our 3A people Our two-way people here, yeah, we're kind of at a loss for representation for soccer programs. So Mr. Pearson, you had talked about this earlier, Mr. Cottrell, being the 3A president, North, please.
Brooke Cottrell, 3A North. Would, as far as splitting our northern region up, would we be able to look at it as some sort of rubric when we go to 3A, 2A? Because I know you look at a North Tahoe, it's been very, very competitive as a 2A school in our 3A leagues. And I take a look in girls soccer, Sparks Girls, it's not been very competitive. Is that something moving forward when we move into this that we want to look at, or do we just want to go straight 3A, 2A and?
We have not used a rubric before to place anybody into a 2A. That's not specified in our policies and procedures. Does a rubric exist that includes those teams? Yes, because they were all considered 3A. So those numbers exist. But based on our policies and procedures, we have aligned the 2A based on. I have heard from North Tahoe, from West Wendover, that they would like a little bit of time to figure out where it is they'd like to go, because they feel like they can remain competitive at the 3A level. For a school like West Wendover, the travel can get a little bit iffy, but it's not really all that different from a Spring Creek or from an Elko in that area, depending on how these leagues are set up. I would imagine also from some of our 3A people, we talk about 2A teams on the losing end of this. For some of our 3A people, when you're making trips to these places to go win 17, 19, 21 to nothing, your kids aren't getting anything out of that either. Again, if you'd like to speak on this, we'd love to hear your opinions on it. Mr. Pearson.
Pearson, 3A North, I just reiterate that I think that was the whole point of making that little rule of having less than 8 in the state, so we can create this league. Go through and make this league, these small little teams. I think what my coaches have to go down, and somehow, I don't know how, we're already to the point of peeling up. No, North Tahoe wants to stay up already, they did that already. That was downstairs. You know, they're usually Lake School's predominantly tough in soccer. I don't know where they sit, where they want to be. Like I said, Wendover boys, tough. They could, look at that. But now we're past that point of appealing. We create a new league. I don't know if we are or not. Something that might come about. That was, I think the whole intention was so we could create this league for the 2A to have their own soccer league. It's I mean, you can tell the difference in the levels. Injuries were happening. It was pretty lopsided. It was pretty ugly, not gonna lie.
Mr. Brooks has rejoined us. Re-logged in through Zoom, and I don't know if he can hear me or not, but I want to open this up. Mr. Brooks, if you can hear me, if you'd like to comment on this.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Okay, I think most of the 2A schools would prefer to have their own league. From what the people I've talked to, and then I think they could probably pick up maybe some 3A JVs, which are much more suitable for us to play without JV programs and feeder programs and all that. So I think an unknown 2A league would be probably what most schools, if not all of us, would want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Mr. Fitzsimons.
Charlotte Diamond 2A South. If you look at that, how it's positioned there, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 8. There'd be 8 1A, Mattel's a 1A, correct?
Yeah.
So there's 8 non-3A schools there and 8 3A schools. So if you were to split them, just have the 2A league, just be those 8 schools, and then 3A has their own. But I've been talking to White Pine, West Wendover. So the disconnect has been that the 2A schools playing in the 3A soccer haven't had a lot of JV programs, so it's hard to build. Like Mr. Brooks said, you get an incline though that would like to, they're in the 2A league, but they want to schedule some crossover games or play up a little bit in the regular season. Coming into today, I have the images of visions of they're all in one league still, and they split out for postseason, but I don't think that does anybody any good because the 19-0 still happened. But again, I want the committee to see that there's 16 teams there, and 8 of them in the boys soccer anyway, 8 of them happen to be 2A or 1A, and 8 of them happen to be 3A. And so 17.
Debbie Smith.
Debbie Smith, I forgot about that. Anyway, so I think in talking to some 2A schools, they would even schedule some of the 3A JVs and kind of fill their schedule out. More competitive matches.
We did, North Tahoe already, we accepted their appeal of, so they would be in, so it'd be 7. 7, that would be down.
And this is, we're just looking at boys soccer right now, because if we take a school like Pershing County, they have a girls team, but not a boys team in soccer. What I would suggest here as the chair is we look at soccer, and I would really want to get a feel from every school and that's on where they want to be. I would suggest we go ahead and approve the Southern as it sits with, and I get Mr. Fitzsimon's point. But I also look at Addison School, American Heritage, and Word of Life and say, okay, who else are you gonna play? Because you're probably not going north to get a bunch of games. So you probably need to stay in that southern region and then break out for a postseason. Whereas in the north, we can have a viable separately in the 2A. When we have a West Wendover, we've already heard from North Tahoe and what they want to do. I want to make sure this gets out to every school so that they have the opportunity to voice their opinion on where it is they want to be. I don't want to spring this on them and then have to come back and say that they want to change this. So I would suggest approving northern region, approving southern region as it is, and having the NIAA survey those schools and place them into the leagues. We need to send this back out before it goes to our board of control. We can. Otherwise, I think if you just trust the NIAA to take this forward to the board of control when we get back to the schools, I believe Mr. Anderson and Mr. Jackson, this is why you're flanking me today. I believe we could do that. Mr. Cottrell, then Mr. Larson.
I make a motion off the 12-3 north of what you just said.
I don't even know if I can repeat it, so I'm not gonna ask you.
I make a motion that we accept the 3A boys soccer as shown there with the NIA surveying the north on where they want to be for 3A 2A soccer.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Magrum, thank you for the second. Motion on the table from Mr. Cottrell that we accept what's presented in terms of regions. The NIAA will survey the schools in the northern region, 3A and 2A wise. Make sure that we are placing them in the correct leagues. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Larson.
Now starting 3A South. American Heritage, I thought at the board meeting when they have made their appeal to join, I didn't think they've done a soccer schedule and were wanting to add, that was their. So have they done 2 years of a soccer schedule to be on this list in soccer?
Yes, just completed it. That was the understanding at the board meeting was this, that they were coming into a realignment year. They had to fulfill it this fall and winter and spring to make their membership contingent to completing it. Because if not, then they were going to be sitting out for 3 more years. So the board approved them with the contingency that they had fielded teams and then would be eligible to participate. As full members, which means as full members, you can add your programs.
We went sideways with a whole lot of different language.
I mean, have they fielded soccer teams? Yes, okay.
I understand they have, I should probably be correct. I should ask X.
Yes.
Yes, they have. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. And that was the understanding that if they didn't, they would not be approved for full membership.
Any other questions or comments? Back to the motion on the table, and I'm even gonna try to repeat for the third time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We'll move on to girls soccer in the 3A single. Not shuffle around in this meeting, too. It's not just Mr. Simons. I think we're in the same boat here when we look at girls soccer again, a little bit different in that Word of Life doesn't have a girls soccer program. Addison's not planning to have a girls soccer program. That leaves American Heritage on the island alone. We would need to have them in the 3A in the south. When we look at that 3A North again, we would need to add Debbie Smith into this, and we're looking at potential of 21 teams if we're splitting up 3A, 2A. Same thing as we just did for boys. Really makes the most sense to me. Let's reach out to everybody, make sure that we're putting them where they need to be, and where they want to be. Questions or comments from our committee? 3A girls soccer.
Just, or Sean, side to itself, 21 teams, it seems intimidating, but there's 10 there, 1A or 2. So it'd be, when we survey the schools, I think they don't probably want to be out there as well.
And we could look at the possibility of need be if we're looking at a 12 or 13 to split those up into east and west. Again, we do give that flexibility and freedom to the scheduler and league president to do that. Any other questions or comments? Not again, my suggestion rings through for girls soccer the same way it did boys soccer. We would entertain a motion. I'll try it again, Mr. Control.
Control 3A North, I make a motion to approve the 3A schedule or 3A league as presented, plus Debbie Smith in the north, with the NIA doing a survey later to see how we're gonna split the north out.
Thank you, Mr. Control. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Polzian, first to the gun on this one. Motion for Mr. Cottrell, second for Mr. Polzian. So again, approve region-wise as presented, would add in Debbie Smith, we would survey, and that survey will come from our office most likely tonight, to be honest. I want to get started on that right away. The 3A and 2A to split those up as need be. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Hart Anderson.
American Heritage in the south too, or
They do have for girls soccer,
are they up there? Oh, they're up
Yeah,
there.
they're-
Okay, my fault. I can't see. My fault.
It's the angle that gets you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. When we march to tennis. And here what we end up with in the 3As, we just have 2 regions of 8 become leagues on each side. As we look at the south, Lake Mead is fighting, having a tennis program. They've tried on several occasions. American Heritage obviously being added in there. The rest of the schools are all very much established. In the north, we do have the occasional issue with not being able to field 6 to field a full team, but those teams have pretty much all been together with some other teams added into them as we've gone along. Questions or comments as we look at 3A tennis, Mr. Mackey?
Because my employer by North, placement on there. We're not appealing down anything. Should we be?
Yeah.
Northern region then out of there, and then Debbie Smith would be the other team.
Yeah, Debbie Smith replaced all. Good catch. Thank you.
How about campus anyway?
Pretend Hood says Debbie Smith. Questions or comments? Tennis is again a sport we have aligned boys and girls together. It's a little different in the north than it is in the south. Most of our northern schools have separate boys and girls coaches, and they will play opposite sites simultaneously. In the south, most of our schools have the same coach, many of them at least. Most correct statement, Mr. Anthony. Have the same coach, and they will play same site on as many as 10 courts, depending on who's hosting. That's why these two are combined. Other questions or comments? Otherwise, we entertain a motion again. Please pretend Debbie Smith says Hug. Or Hug says Debbie Smith. Losing my mind at 11:30. Mr. Control.
Trail 3A North, make a motion to approve the alignment as shown, replacing with 30.
Thank you. Any second on this?
Dallas Larson, 3A South, second.
Motion by Mr. Cottrell, second by Mr. Larson to approve as shown with the exception of HUD comes out, Debbie Smith goes in for the 3A in the north. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Go back to, any opposed? Not for the opposed. Who's that? Eric, we can take them off. Okay. I think they were on the list to play, but they were on the list of, yeah, they didn't feel it. Okay. We will move on to page 56. And this is girls volleyball. This will be the last of the fall sports in the 3A for the placement. Again, Debbie Smith would need to go into the northern region. I would defer at that point to a 3A scheduler to see whether or not the north would want to break into 2 separate leagues at that point. That would obviously be your prerogative. That as we look at the south, we're looking at 7 teams there. That makes absolutely 0 sense to divide that into 2 leagues. Okay. Any questions or comments here?
I'll make a motion, we approve the 3A girls volleyball leagues as shown,
Jason Odegaard, second.
with the addition of Debbie Smith, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. And Mr. Odegaard is your second, also include that.
Yep, and what did?
We'll add little Debbie. Okay. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? With the exception of girls soccer and boys soccer, this need to finish up to a 3A. Done with the 3A fall placements. I just wonder before I get into the next item where we stand in one, you know?
It just felt, like I said, 11:45, but with them delivering, they always come early. I haven't heard anything from the office quite yet. Although I just dropped something on the Sanchez, so.
Move on to item number 10. We can get that whole thing out of the way, but we are back to our discussion on girls golf and where the northern region goes, 4A or 5A. If you recall in our last meeting, I went all around in circles. You would look at page 58 of your packet. We have comparisons here for 2023 and 2024 in girls golf. Girls golf has been 4A in the north for these 2 years. If we look at how those state championships, and really this is the best way on a sport like golf, it's really the only time that the north and south are gonna meet. So we get to the state tournament. The notation on that 2023 4A state, because of darkness, we had to shorten up to 16 holes. It was no fun. As you see, we've got Bishop Minogue shooting 615 one year, 632 another year. When you start to compare that to our 5A scores up above, granted, these are on different golf courses, different difficulties, potentially different conditions. As obviously in 2024, state was in the north for 4A, it's in the south for 5A. We look at individuals, those top individuals could pretty much compete 4A or 5A. When we start getting a little deeper into the depth chart and you look at where the southern teams are compared to the northern teams. In 2023, the best 4A team in the south was Foothill. 136 strokes behind champion Bishop Minogue over 34 holes. When you look at 2024, the only southern team that scored, again, Desert Oasis, 277 strokes behind champion Bishop Minogue. When you look through those individual results in the 4A, in 2023, Ms. Belle Kane from El Dorado, she was a senior that year, shot 158, 14 shots off the pace. There were 2 other Southern kids in the top 10. In 2024, your top finishing Southern individual was 41 strokes behind champion Mr. Anderson. before I
Yeah.
continue.
I appreciate you showing us all that information. We're ready to make a proposal. We're gonna go 5A. Yeah,
Okay, we have a proposal on the table, Mr. Anderson, that is a motion,
North
sir.
will
Is
go 5A.
that a motion? Is that a motion?
Motion, I'm sorry, motion, the North will go 5A for girls golf for the next realignment cycle.
We have a motion on the table, we have a second. Motion from Mr. Art Anderson, a second from Ms. Habig. North girls golf will be 5A, the next alignment cycle. Any further questions or any comments? Mr. Jackson?
I want to have it on, have it on the record. Thanks, Art, appreciate it. I want it on the record that this does not solve the issue we still have in 4A golf. So as we move forward, please keep in mind, this does not solve the problem. This is not a problem that needed to be solved that I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is that we have schools that are shooting nearly 1,000 strokes in 2 days in 4A. We really need to, when we get to tournament formats, need to have a hard line conversation about what we're doing in 4A golf, because 4A is sitting in this void between 3A and 5A now, and we have a serious concern that we need to address. The North is finally starting to feel what the South has felt the last couple of years. We're losing golf courses because we have kids out there swinging the club 300 times. And we need to look at what we're doing. So please, as we move forward into tournament formats, while this does balance in theory what's going on between 5A and 5A North and South, it does not address the 4A concerns that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We will have a presentation coming to the next board meeting where this obviously goes as well. About some possibilities for state tournaments and qualifying standards for them. So that we're not running into, I don't want to get too deep in that discussion right now, but so that we're not sending kids out there, teams out there that are going to cause problems for our golf courses that we're struggling to get in some cases. We're also not putting kids in a spot where, as was the case in 2024, we had kids this fall, we had kids pulling out of the tournament after the first round because they felt embarrassed, basically, is what they were shooting. I don't ever want to put a kid in a situation. Story.
And this I might be completely off base, but don't we have precedent for, like swimming? Don't they have to get, in order to qualify for regions, they need to at least prove they can swim a certain time.
Yes. Track also, with the exception of you can enter one kid from every school track, but yes, there are qualifying standards that are in place for swimming and track.
Then we probably are in desperate need in golf.
Mr. Jackson.
One of the things that I've learned in the 6 months and 5 days that I've been in this job now, is that what I didn't know, I didn't know. And I don't know what I don't know. But what I've discovered is this: we have, in track and in swimming, we have the standards and they're universal across the board. But what I've discovered in golf is that we sort of have different interpretations across different divisions as to what that is. I have tasked Mr. Davis and myself with ensuring that whatever they're going to do in the 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A is consistent across the board. So they're, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A with a combination of obviously golf, but we are going to be consistent across the board and make sure that that standard is enforced and that our tournaments are run in the exact same manner, so that we don't have certain individual tournaments going one direction and the second tournament going the next direction, and then bringing them together to cause chaos or confusion. So that will be addressed as we move forward. I didn't mean to open a can of worms. I just wanted to make sure that it was on the record saying it. Thank you.
Better than some other cans you've opened. Yes, say that. Any other comments or questions? Let's take this to a vote then, please. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everybody. I would say at this point, before we open up another item, let's go ahead and take a break here to use restrooms and gather up lunch. We will make this a working lunch because we still have a lot to get through. Let's try to reconvene here at noon if we can. That'll work for everybody, and we'll just eat as we're One helper, I gotta get her to.
Oh.
You're good.
Please hold on, the owls are still live.
How does your safety thing go? Trying to explain.
Thinking about it.
Shows it is on my end, it's not because it's there.
Do we do turn it off, turn it on?
Correct.
Excellent.
Good job, yeah. But, yeah,
Here's your ball. Use the ball.
Yes.
All right, everybody, let's bring our meeting back to order. Please do feel free to continue eating your lunch as we go. I'm certainly going to.
That's it until like the end of the day, we're getting close.
I like it too, because it always hits me in a pause. We're moving on here to the alignment of fall sports 4A, 5A by league. This is in your packet, starting on page 59. We have had some adjustments today, obviously, because of some appeals that we have heard that have been granted. I have adjusted those in my file, which is up on the screen, hopefully for all the people watching on YouTube can follow that as well. Our committee here can follow it. As we get into the explanation of this does not apply so much to cross-country, but it will to other sports. What we have put forth as, again, proposals from the NIAA, these classifications, this committee has already said 5A, 4A for these sports. These league proposals. I swear I'm being invaded. League proposals, as we get into these sports where we divvy out leagues, are not a straight serpentine, as we've done before. What they are is a hybrid of the serpentine method, and again, for those who aren't familiar, you're divided into 4 leagues, 1, 2, 3, 4 go across. Then 5 goes with 4, 6 goes with 3, 7 with 2, and 8 with 1, and so forth. What they are is the concerns that we've heard from athletic directors, athletic administrators, school districts, schools themselves, is a bit of a hybrid. So when we can make adjustments that keep schools more geographically based with each other without really wrecking the integrity of the rubric, that's what we've done. We're hoping that we can kind of find that happy medium in there. Don't want to ever overload a league. If all 4 of the best teams happen to be in the Northeast, we don't want to put them all there. We've seen that happen years ago when we had geographic leagues. And that's part of the reason we do things the way we do them now. If we have any other questions as we go along, please don't hesitate to ask. What you see on the screen now would be adjusted 5A and 4A for boys and girls cross country. This does reflect the Liberty appeal for Liberty to move up from the 4A to the 5A. You can see them listed in your 5A on the screen. Again, I can't go around and scratch out your packets, but that's what we've got up here. What we'll do as we go along is try to do this sport by sport, just as we did with the 3A. If you have any questions, please let us know. Otherwise, if you want to make a motion to approve what you see, please feel free to do that. If you want to make changes, obviously that's in the purview of this committee. So, Again, cross-country up on the screen now. We just have a desert and a mountain here in the 4A. We don't divide them up into individual leagues. What you would be looking at as we get into tournament formats is obviously those 4As would represent regions as well. But we'll leave tournament formats to get there. Questions on cross-country as presented on the screen. Hopefully you can all read it. If you're at an angle, I'm sorry. Stop, I'm sorry. It is your own school, so if you do damage, I'm not sure if you will that. But again, if we're good with this, we'd entertain a motion. If not, we need to discuss where to move somebody. We can certainly do that as well. Questions, comments, thoughts from the committee? As we look at cross country. I believe in the packet that would be starting at page 60. Perhaps
51.
51. Yeah, because we're with the 3A, 4A. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Foley, for pointing that out. Ms. Haber.
On discussion? I'll make a motion to approve the 4A5A boys and girls cross country as presented on the screen.
Thank you, Ms. Haber. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Motion by Ms. Haber, second by Mr. Polzian, as presented on the screen, 5A, 4A classifications for boys and girls cross country. Any further comments or questions? Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That was easy. Moving forward then to the next page for girls golf. As we look at the screen, again, we've said the 5A would include the north as well here. Why that random box is there. We're gonna get rid of it. So those are our 12 schools off. That would also be the Northern League in golf. Go along with our Southern League. The 4A stays put as is with just the South.
Worcester should be in the 3A.
Oh, you're right. I do have a list for you. Okay, thank you. Never do anything in 10 seconds or less. Questions or comments here from our committee? If we're good with it, we would entertain a motion to approve. If you see somebody feels a need for a change, please do so. Save it.
I have a quick question. So I know one of the issues, and I don't think it's a 5A issue, I know it's a 4A issue, is eating courses. So do we know if we have an alignment with like, not all of the desert league teams have courses, but like Sky League does? Do we know if there's a balance?
In talking to Mr. Thornton on this, the biggest thing to him was the larger number of schools in a league for the 4A golf gave us far more opportunities to get courses. Obviously, we don't need everybody to host.
Right.
Because they just need to get to preferably 5 league matches is what they generally play. And he felt with the larger numbers, we could be able to get that.
To get there, okay. Or showing.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, we would entertain a motion. And I'm sorry, I gotta kind of scroll all over the place so you can see everything. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to accept the leagues for girls golf, 5A, 4A.
As presented on the screen?
As presented on the screen by the NIAA.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Magrum, second. Mr. Art Anderson with a motion, Mr. Magrum with a second to approve the leagues as presented on the screen for girls golf, the 5A and the 4A. Any further questions or any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We'll move on to boys soccer. By the way, Ms. Haber, is that blanket?
It's great.
Okay.
And judge Bart.
I'm not judging. I'm just checking on my people. That's all. Boys soccer. presented up here, I do not have split into leagues for the 5A. Again, prerogative of the league president or the league scheduler to do that if they wish. If the 4A wanted to split beyond these large 13-team leagues that are presented, they could certainly do that as well. Gives them the option to go one time through. If they wanted to do double round robin, they would obviously need to split out. And again, I will reiterate, this is not a true serpentine. It's a serpentine with a little bit of kick to it to try to get as best as we can, a little bit better geography component without wrecking the integrity of the curriculum. Any questions or comments as we look at boys soccer? Mr. Anthony.
Bart, and I know we're not talking girls soccer, but if you look at girls soccer, you already have it broken down: desert, mountain, lake, sky. And if you look at boys soccer, we're just in the desert league and a mountain league. I know that in the past, it's all been straight 2 leagues. Talked to a few of our soccer folks that going with just the desert amount as proposed with the boys. And I'll just take an example, we'll just put slam and secta, just because it's the top 2. So the slam plays secta year 1. Year 2, secta plays at slam. Year 3, slam plays at secta. Then we go realignment where secta might feel slighted. They didn't get another opportunity to play back in slam. So the thought process is that maybe we should go more as girls soccer situated with the predetermined leagues. And that way we're also balanced for boys and girls soccer.
There's so much here. We're gonna play once at each school every year. And if the year's different than another year, I'm not really sure that matters. That being said, we do have the option, Mr. Anthony, you do schedule for the 4A and the 5A. We have given that option before, if the leagues wanted to combine, or if they wanted to separate, they can go through you, you go through us, and we make that happen. I don't have a dog in this fight. I can't tell you that one's a whole lot better than the other. If they're more comfortable talking boys soccer, the reason the girls soccer split up a little bit more, started to look at a number of 16 teams on the right side of that. It became a little bit large. 13 was a little bit more dealable. But we can do, they can split into that if they would like to, or combine into that if they would like to. That would be your prerogative, whichever way this committee chooses to go. Mr. Anthony.
And I would just say for consistency purposes, I think it's something that I believe we should mimic both boys and girls. So if we need to pick one or the other.
Mr. Jackson.
We recommend, instead of trying to break them into leagues, just call them the 4A South and leave it at that. Do not put them in leagues, leave it to the prerogative of the South to determine. In other words, you survey them, you find out what they want to do, and you break them into the league instead of us sitting here trying to do it. Just say this is the 4A South, period. Boys, this is the 4A South girls, period. These teams make up that division. You guys make the call as to how you break them into a league.
With the caveat to that, though, that we still do have a process that we follow.
Correct.
So that we would not have, for instance, the best 5 teams in the rubric scores all sitting in the same league, for instance.
Good. So then will that mean that on the screen, how you have it laid out? So people go to the NIAA website, will it have it broken up in the 2 leagues?
No, it will have them listed
4A
as
South.
4A South, and then when you determine how they are, you would give those to us and we will make that on the screen.
Thank you, sir.
If you see the highlighted line, Desert League and Mountain League, that just come out.
Because if we sat here and tried to do that, we would be here forever trying to break these into a league.
You wouldn't have to worry about the pack belt. It'd be Wednesday before you got back.
Correct. So.
Yeah,
Mike
Cofer, charter school liaison, so not to get too deep into it, but you're saying X. If we go smaller breakouts, then it's gonna be home and away.
Correct. So if
You're
you
playing
go
twice.
as shown on girls soccer,
Right.
it'll be a home and away.
Right, okay.
If you go as is shown here, you play one time because that's all you have room.
As a side note, surveys are already in the drive for you.
Don't think.
You're welcome.
I didn't know that. So again, you're looking at then,
I would rather.
for Mr. Anthium's proposal, we would basically strike the league names out of, again, we're only on boys soccer right now. Like 5A would stay as is. Any other questions or comments? We would entertain a motion then. Start Anderson.
Motion to accept NIAA proposal for breaking the leagues for class 5A, class 4A boys soccer.
We have a second. Mac.
North second.
Any further questions, comments, discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Next up, girls soccer. We've got the movement here at Shadow Ridge into the 5A based on the appeal from earlier today. Again, based on Mr. Anthium's comment and suggestion, those league names would go away to be determined through the survey through the Clark County School District and through our office. Questions, comments, discussion here? Not, we would entertain a motion. Some people are long and quiet.
Not intended.
We would, again, we would entertain a motion on this as we look at the 5A and the 4A inside.
This one, your three itself, I make a motion to approve 4A, 5A, girls soccer classification as presented, with the exception of
Motion by Mr. Odegaard, do we have a second?
Shawmazan 2A, South, I'll second the motion.
Motion by Mr. Odegaard, seconded by Mr. Fitzsimons to accept as proposed with the exception of taking those league names out of the 4A Southern region. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Boys and girls tennis. This one indicates the move of Arborview from the 4A to the 5A today based on that appeal. To give us a 17 5A. The 4A divided up into Desert Mountain Lake Sky. Again, we tried to stay a little bit geographic here without completely wrecking the integrity. The northern teams being in the 4A for tennis. Any questions or comments here?
Just as a reminder, Hugs, of the northern region there, but we're missing.
What?
That was the one that we had, you were playing right there.
I swear. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you watching.
Motion to accept, is this both boys and girls?
It is.
Okay, motion to accept both boys and girls tennis, proposal from the NIAA by leagues, in the 5A, 4A.
We have a second. Two work so well together. Art Anderson with the motion, Mr. Mackin with the second to approve as shown with the leagues divided out in 5A, 4A, boys and girls tennis. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Girls volleyball is the last one. Here we have a whole lot of teams in the 4A. And here is where Bart had to start making up league names to divide them out into 5. We are looking at 33 teams across in that 4A. Again, Mr. Anthium, if they wanted to go into 4 leagues here, that's certainly doable. If they want to go into 6, Gonna run out of elements and things to look at, but we'll find it. Questions or comments here? We've already- this is just- Liberty did the appeal on this one to go into 5A. They already came out today. Questions or comments? Otherwise, we entertain a motion. Mr. Anderson.
Motion to accept the NIAA proposal for volleyball, as broken up into leagues in the class 5A, class 4A.
Do we have a second? Mr. Magrum. Motion on the table, Mr. R. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Magrum. Girls volleyball 5A, 4A leagues as presented on the screen. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That went faster than I thought it would. Thank you so much.
You make the recommendation.
I'm all for the Borough League, you know that very well.
You're gonna be the commissioner.
I don't think at this point, I'm gonna defer to legal on this. We have item number 12 on the agenda, the review of the placements. We basically just done it.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that was a superfluous. Unless somebody's got a problem, then it's not approved.
We'll open item number 12. Anybody have a problem with anything we've approved here? League wise, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A. Otherwise, we would entertain a quick motion to say everything we just approved, we're approving.
Al starts in 3A South, that motion will be approved, will be approved.
You said it in fewer words than I did. Do we have a second? Look at the cards fly. Mr. Cottrell with a second.
No, Vic did it.
So Vic got it first.
Yeah, he did.
I'm watching it for the airport. Motion by Mr. Cottrell, seconded by Mr. Vic to approve what we've approved.
No, it's Larson followed by
I'm
Vic.
sorry, Mr. Larson, then Mr. Vic. Thank you. Y'all got me confused. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Beautiful. Let's move on to item number 14 in our packet. If I can find my packet.
Page is that.
69. Page number 69 in your packet. We'll come back to tournament formats. I want to make sure we get through football. Formation of policies and procedures regarding football for the fall 2025 through spring 2028 alignment cycle for possible action. If you look at page number 70 in your packet, we have a Southern Nevada Football Coaches Association 2025 and 2028 realignment proposal. Mr. Morocco, I believe you put this one forward. Is there anything you would like to comment on this other than what's up in front of us?
No, other than if you feel like, the enrollment component shouldn't be included, then we'll find, moving that. And, as far as, moving the teams from the 4A up into the 5A, as I said, we would combine 5A, 1, 2, and 3 to make the 5A. I know that, Somerset Losi was like the 20th team. So I don't know if they would want to be in the 5A or it should be in the 5A, and that would be something for you guys to discuss.
That proposal. Sorry, still watching. Continues through page 74 and on to 75. And then 76, the 2A and 1A, we've basically already taken care of that part of the equation. We do have some other proposals here that are in our packet. I've got another one that was sent by email last night. We can go two ways on this again. We can go through all the proposals if you guys want to talk about each one as we hit it, or if you want to see all the proposals first and then talk about it as a group. again, your committee, you tell me what you want to do here.
Mark, real quick, I promised an individual I'd make this statement that, the addendum that Mr. Kofer submitted is not connected to the proposal submitted by Mr. McNaught. They are not connected. No offense to Mr. Kofer. They wanted to make sure that that was clarified, so I have clarified it.
So again, do we want to discuss the merits of this proposal? Do we want to hear all the proposals and then discuss? Are we still awake after lunch? David?
Do we have someone here from each proposal that we could ask questions to?
No. The proposal is by email, for instance. Mr. Anderson could speak to it. I don't want to put him on the spot to have that.
But I could.
Okay. I think in that case, I believe in one way or another we do, but I'm not sure who's speaking on behalf of the principal.
I don't think anyone's speaking on behalf. I think it was going to be read and there were questions. It was gonna come. Tony and I were gonna be able to answer questions.
Okay. So again, we want to go through the rest of the proposals and then come back and we want to first discuss the Southern Nevada Football Coaches Association. You guys tell me what you want to do here.
Yeah, Mike, charge liaison. I mean, I think we need to discuss it. Yeah, I mean, it's been presented. It needs to have some discussion. One question I always have is where, how were 5A, 4A broken out?
Which proposal?
On the Coaches Association.
Yeah, just for clarification, I don't want to bypass discussion on any of them. I just want to know if you want to hear them all first and then discuss the merits of each, or if you want to do one at a time.
Can we do one at a time, and then if we have to go back, like say we hear him, we ask questions, we hear another one, we ask questions, can we go back to his and say, okay, how did it differ if we have questions?
I don't see why not.
Okay. Then let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I mean, no, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
I mean, I know, the Coach Association combines the current 5A1, 5A2, 5A3 into one league, but how were those 5A1, 2, and 3 determined on a new realignment? Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
And I don't want to speak to that, so Mr. Morocco, do you want to answer this one? I don't want to put you on the spot either.
No.
I mean, there's so many ranking systems out there, I think we need to come to some type of conclusion on,
So- In April, when we first presented this and wrote this up, it was based on the results from 2023 and based on the rubric points or the relegation of the bottom two teams moving up and down. And then I quickly, at the end of this season, did that again as well. So what you see with the teams relegated into the 5A, it's based on who would have moved up or down. And that had to do with the 4A into the 5A exclusively. So the two best, at least I believe, the two best regular season 4A teams based on record would be Somerset Losi and Mojave, I believe. So that's why they're included in the 5A. And then the two that would have out down to the 4A, I don't have the document in front of me right here, but I think it was still for 5A3. Whoever came in last.
I think it would have been Vista Centennial.
The last two teams in 5A3 from this year, they would have moved down to 4A. So that's how that was originally set. But it's not based on playoffs, because obviously if it's based on playoffs, then Centennial. Right there in or Canyon, I'm sorry. Where was this 4A state championship? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Would have moved up.
If you want to take a peek at the screen, I don't know if that would help you with your proposal, because I'm kind of scrolling through that. Silverado would have been moving down from the 5A to the 4A as one of those schools for sure.
Well, that was based on if you include the enrollment factors. So I gave two different options there with the 4A. Silverado did go 0 in the 5A2. So by realignment, by the relegation, they would technically move down to 5A3 and they should still be in the 5A. But if we went into the enrollment factors where I believe they're the lowest or second lowest enrolled 5A school, they could qualify for the 4A based on that. So. Sunrise Mountain was one that moved down.
Yeah.
Because they were in 5A. And must have been Silverado I put down, or
Spring Valley.
Spring Valley, yeah, no, they were 4A, right? Canyon was 4A as well.
Canyon played for
So I must have put Silverado and Sunrise Mountain down.
So and this is just for alignment purposes, correct? This isn't postseason.
Yeah, this was all just,
Okay.
just for the league alignments, what level classification they're in. And then, I also did put a part in here about playoffs. And that was kind of the debate last time was, well, how should we determine who the open teams are? And I originally said you could use max preps or you could do a combination of things. I liked Tim's idea of that he put out in his proposal. The 3 different rankings, it's fine, however you guys decide you wanted to do the playoffs, but. I think one of the problems, and I talked to Tim about this before, I think the problem we had was the last time you guys did this, talked a lot about playoffs and not about the leagues, and then people were kind of panicking about, okay, what league am I in? And that's why you got kind of the push back. I understand why Tim did that, because if you would have just presented the leagues to the board, then they would have said, well, how do the playoffs work? So it's kind of, you got to kind of do both. So this, I think, addresses a lot of those issues. It's not perfect by any means, but and you can manipulate it however you want. So if a team you feel should be up or should be down, it doesn't have to be exclusively voted on as presented.
And again, this is also in your packet as well. I'm gonna kind of pull this down a little bit because I'm having a little bit of an issue with Zoom right now, making sure that this gets out to the public as well. Mr. Fitzsimons?
Sean Fitzsimons, 2A South, on page 73. I think you made this document in April where, as we know, Meadows is not going to be independent. There'll be 3A football. Lake Mead Christian is not going to 3A for football or for any sport in the fall. And didn't we decide the board of control, the parum would be, the 3A number was parum's enrollment +1. So I just wanted to throw that out there that Southern 3A football as of right now, WAPA version like Boulder City Democracy, SLAM currently, right? Should have Pahrump in there as well, and then Meadows. It's not indicated on the document 73 and 74. I mean 75 in the new playoff. Just want to bring that up.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Control.
Rob Control, 3A North. Real quick, just looking at the 5A and 4A, how that's split up. I believe the northern 5A is happy with how they've done their Division 2, Division 3 the last couple of years. I could be wrong, but I think they're happy with that. And Sparks would be, I believe when Coach put this together, he got input from our coach that's no longer there, but was wanting us in the 4A. We would, Sparks would want to be in the 3A. That would keep that 5A, 4A for the north at 6 and 6, how they have it now.
Other comments or questions from our committee on this proposal? Questions for Mr. Morocco? Go for it.
Yes, Mike Cover, Charter School Liaison. So, I mean, on the meat of it, this proposal is, not to jump ahead, but this proposal is somewhat similar to the principal's proposal. The difference is how the 5A, 4A would be broken out. The Coaches Association proposal is using the old, I guess you might say, but what is, I guess, the current policy procedure where you have relegation and advancement built in, and using the last realignment or last alignment's success, rather than having a ranking system put in on a new alignment, whether it be max press, whether it be rubric, whatever, Harvin, so forth and so on, and just cutting it in half. So, Coach Morocco was saying, hey, this isn't set in stone. You can make some adjustments with it. You can do, whatever we feel is best. It seems like they're fairly similar, on their merits. It's just, what ranking system is being used, whether we're using, the previous old policy procedure.
Mr. Larson?
Al Sargent, 3A South. Coach Morocco, would you say for the Coaches Association is the leagues or the playoff system the more important part?
I think they kind of go hand in hand. Obviously, a lot of the situation we're in is because we do have one superpower team, and there's teams that don't want to be in the league with them, so you're going to have some pushback on that, especially if they feel they're not in the top handful of teams. But also on the playoff side of things, I think I believe I was the first one to suggest an open system for the playoffs, and the principles were 4-team open, and this one is 8. It could be adjusted to 6, doesn't matter, but I just feel like, if you're gonna have a true playoff, you might as well have an extra game or 2 in there and have it an 8-team bracket. I get why they don't want 8, because teams 5, 6, 7, and 8, your fate's pretty much sealed. If you don't feel like you have a shot to win if your team's 5, 6, 7, 8. But that's, so either way, I'm fine. I just feel like in order to have what I feel is a more fair regular season, you need the open playoffs afterwards, so you can mix things up. That's kind of why I first pitched this to the coaches as well. I hope that answered your question.
I will agree, in the 3A, we love our 6 teams making the playoffs because that rewards the 1 and 2 to get buys. Eliminates that 1 versus 8 game, which is usually not a very competitive, whereas, that the 3 versus 6 and 4 versus 5 are usually more competitive games. And then go on from there. So I do we love the 6-team playoffs, but how that works for 4 or 5, I would like their input on that. As we get there.
Tony pulled in for I thought and I may be outlined here. Whatever we use to put teams in leagues, I think that system needs to be consistent for playoffs as well. I don't think we should use one data point, like say the rubric to put you in a league, but then use, like say, maybe what Tim had presented to put people into the playoffs. I think that needs to be consistent for both of those placements. If I'm making any sense at all.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Polzian. But we're also looking at, if we're gonna put teams in the leagues, we're using past data to put them into a league. If we're gonna put them into the postseason using similar data, now we're using in-season data to put them into the postseason. So no matter which way we go on that, it's really 2 separate sets of data that we're gonna use. Again, the rubric system.
But I don't know how much difference there would be between the 2 anyway, honestly.
Yeah, it really depends, because you'd be looking at, let's say, 2023 and 2024 results to put them into a league. Now you're looking at 2025 results within that league to put them into a postseason.
And not to put the cart ahead of the horse and talk about postseason here, but to Mr. Gutierrez's point earlier, if this works for football, does it work for volleyball? All the team sports, it would work. And then we don't need a realignment committee anymore. Except for, I'm just putting it out there. If it works for one team sport, moving down the road, it's something to consider for all.
You're playing into that proposal that the NIAA office put forward and pulled off the table.
Yes,
Because we didn't think people were ready for something like that yet, but it turns out maybe they are, as we learn a little bit more as we go along. Mr. Jackson.
as a matter of fact, Bart and I had that conversation not only before the meeting, after the meeting, but again this morning. That if this proposal of one sort or another that uses in-season data for postseason qualification moves forward in some way, shape, or form, there is nothing preventing it from occurring in every team sport, with the exception of like wrestling, maybe
Or tennis.
tennis.
Individual based.
Right, there is nothing. Here's the bigger question. How many of you have had conversations with your baseball coach, softball coach, your basketball coach, that have all said, well, if they can do this in football, why can't they do this in every other sport? Bart and I have had that conversation for numerous times, because we believe that is a possibility for all sports, which would not negate the need for a realignment committee, but it would just come down to the placement of schools based on enrollment.
And baseball's been asking, not to get way ahead of ourselves.
Right. Yes.
But
Save it.
I agree not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but isn't that a decision we would have to make now?
No, this is not a decision we can make now for every sport. We're done with every sport. for the
That's what I'm
most part.
saying,
Yeah,
yeah,
this would be into the future.
into the next.
Yes, this is looking into the future. That's what we want to
So
be doing.
basically, we try it for football, see how it works, and
That's the bottom line to it, is whatever proposal that we put forward that is different than what we have right now, we don't know if it works until it works. When we switched 15 years ago, we started changing stuff. We didn't know if it worked until it worked. Then when we put all the schools, all the programs from certain schools into the 3A and realized Clark and Desert Pines were dominating in basketball, that part didn't work. Good football, for lack of a better term, excuse me, Mr. Morocco, don't mean to insult anybody here. Could they be the guinea pig for something like this? Sure.
And they were just a guinea pig for the relegation model.
Well, and if you also remember too, today we heard for the first time sport by sport requests in the 2A. That was unheard of 8 years ago, until we went sport by sport in the 3A, 4A, and 5A. So it trickles, it takes time, but the biggest issue is always going to be the instruction, the educational component of what does it look like, how does it work? And that's what I think the biggest fear was. I thank Rich for making the statement about the leagues not being presented with the RMH system, because no matter what happened, if the leagues had been presented that first time, 8 schools would have looked at it and said, I was just above that line, no. Or 8 schools would have said, I'm just below that line, yes. Or I don't want to play this team. When you put a name on a line, the issues start, because it becomes personalized to that person.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jackson, at the last meeting, you said that the board is gonna revisit a certain vote that took place. Is that the ranking system vote that they're going to revisit?
Okay, so after that last meeting, there was questions brought up by board members about it. It will be the exact same agendized item from this, was it November?
Yes, November.
The November item, it will be exactly the same thing. Yes, so that will be brought back. Now, the question has been brought up to me and said, well, which one goes first? Whatever the realignment committee sends for it, or the one that was on there before? Because if you go first and we go second, or we go third, okay, first of all, we have flexible agenda. Secondly, both items can be heard without a vote being taken until both items are heard. So both items will be heard, and then at that point, the decision will be made. Yes.
And ultimately, the board could make a decision to either reject or change as well.
Correct. So now the board will actually have 2 proposals and a third option out there. So they can say yes, yes, or we want this, which is what they've done in the past. They've kicked it back to this committee twice now.
Right.
So, yeah.
Other comments or questions?
I don't have questions for him, but I think I'm going to have questions for him after.
Who's him?
Oh.
For Mr. Morocco as the representative.
I like antecedents, just so you know.
Pronouns, well, pronouns.
Okay.
I know.
Antecedents are important.
Okay, again, do we want to spend more time on this proposal? Or we want to move on to the next one?
Just one last question about this proposal, and I think it's self-explanatory, but this calls for 6 championships.
Calls for 5+ an open.
Yes, okay.
And just for clarification, that was, the recommendation was get it below 7, correct?
It was.
7 was too many.
Mr. Jackson.
The recommendation was get it below 7.5, and then it was 5.4, 4.6.
Okay. A lot of recognition. Okay, if we're good with this proposal, we will move on then to page 77. And this comes to us from the high school principals from the Clark County School District. I will let you read that. I'm not gonna read the any of these proposals to you. You're intelligent people, you can read it.
I guess they would want me to present this one. I just got a text message, so.
We'll get them, Tammy.
Yeah, go get them. That's a big indeed.
Can bring the blanket.
So, again, as I think it was Mr. Cofer stated, it's not a huge difference between the coaches as well as this, the principals. I think the biggest one, the principals one, did not come with any kind of a breakdown. It just basically, you take your top, and I'm by the rubric is what they want to use. Following the conclusion of this season, split it 4A, 5A. Your top group, I think it was 23 is what, yeah.
That number's not gonna be accurate, the number of teams in the rubric.
In the rubric, right.
If it was just half.
But basically, lack of a better way, you literally split it in half. You're gonna have your 5A, you're gonna have your 4A. It would be, I don't know that it's actually in here, but I know when it was talked about, leagues would be, they were all on board with leagues being geographically 5 to 6 teams per league and geographically broken up as well as competitive balance. So they wanted a combination of the both. Then the playoff structure would use the RHM is Tim's system.
Rubric Harmon.
Yes, the system that.
The Jackson model.
The Tim Jackson model.
Yes, it's Tim.
The Tim.
That combined the 3. And then that's how playoffs would be broken down. And again, it would be very similar. It would be 6, not 5, where the top 4 teams would go into the open. And that combined North and South. And then from there, you would have your 5A. And then your top 8 teams would go into 5A playoffs. Everyone else would go home. Same thing with 4A. Your top 8 teams would go into playoffs. The rest would go home. They talked about the allows, again, like Coach Morocco said, your best teams go into the open, then there's a more competitive balance between the lower 5As. They objective using the rubric to ensure transparency so that there's no, oh, we're putting this team here because this reason or that reason. That the divisions and leagues, again, based on performance and geography. And then the tiered system provides appropriate challenges for teams at all levels, promoting growth and excitement across the divisions, so allowing your 4A to build up. I think that basically sums up their proposal. If anybody has a question, I know the 3 of us sat in with them and talked through them, had them present it to us so that we had fully understood it.
Isabel Painter, story by myself. I would just add, obviously, equity in a district this large in any facet of athletics and beyond is not, we're not gonna get there. But is the thought here is that this would allow for the most equity opportunities for those struggling or lower performing often or consistently performing for a school to have possibly a pathway to a playoff. A playoff opportunity once in a while.
questions or comments from our committee? Mr. Art Anderson.
This proposal eliminates, any region tournament, and these would just be state tournaments, correct?
I don't think that was even talked about.
Based on what is stated here, if you're taking the top 4 teams into an open division, the top 8 into a 5A division, and the top 8 of the 4A into a 4A, there would be no, I'm reading that as there would be no region tournament.
Okay.
And I think because there was no talk of here's who would, you would still technically, if you had your 5 to 6 team divisions, you could still technically have a division champ. But that wouldn't necessarily, just because you were a division champion, doesn't necessarily mean you make playoffs.
Right.
And that's where, if you had one division that was scoring wise was higher, you could have 4 of the 5 in one division make playoffs, 1 out of another.
Other questions, Mr. Larson?
Dallas Sergeant 3A South, so it's the next top 8, is that the entire state, the next top 8? Next, in the
Yes.
4A, it's
Top 8, yes, it
Okay.
was combining north and south.
It sounds like in this proposal, the 5A would have more schools in it than the coach's proposal, sounds like there's more. Initial placement,
It's funny you asked that because that's one of the questions I actually wrote down. I was trying to figure that same thing out. I think it's
So the coach's proposal is, you take the top 4 from the state, that are 8 from the state that goes to the open. And then you would play out the northern champion, however many are left for their, I think it's 8, for their playoff system, and then there'd be 8 from the southern championship, and then those guys would play for a 5A title. So technically it'd be 16 teams in the coach's proposal would make the playoffs. Statewide for 5A, and then I personally put 8, but it could be 6 or 4, whatever. In the old.
but in the initial placement, how many teams from the 5A?
But yeah, 5A, I only have 2. And then however many there are.
Okay.
So 27, so it'd be a little more in the coaching team than 5A.
Any other questions from you?
Well, one last question. Do you believe that this proposal is assuming that all the teams in the north are in a 5A? Or can this proposal work if some of our teams are in a 5A and some are in a 4A?
I think it was assuming someone before it, someone.
Okay.
I don't think it was that they would all be 5A.
Okay.
I think it was very similar to how you have it now.
Anything else in this one? So, move on then to page 78, this was referenced earlier. Again, separate of the principal's proposal, this was an addendum that Mr. Kofer from SLAM presented. Hasn't gone through the principals. You'd mentioned that, Mr. Jackson, earlier, that they are separate and apart. But this is an addendum that Mr. Kofer, I assume, looked at the proposal. Sir, I don't want to put words in your mouth. And then
No, I'll speak to it. So I was just trying to provide a visual based on the principal's proposal because it didn't, people like to see where they're at.
Right.
Right? So, I mean, I did it by the rubric, which is what the principal said they wanted, straight serpentine. I also did it by max preps, which everybody talks about, straight serpentine, to give kind of people a visual. Personally, just an opinion, I don't think a 4-team tournament is much of a playoff. 6 or 8 to me, if you're looking at doing something like an open, a 16 playoff always works well, like Dallas said, because you get to earn a bye. And then you got 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 in there. So it makes for a nice playoff. 8-team playoff, nobody gets a bye, everybody plays right away. If you look at matching it up with the North, which I know is always, it seems to be an issue. I mean, now you've got the open, however you determine those open teams. You know, whatever ranking system you determine those open teams, whether it be 6, whether it be 8, whether it be 4. You know, you've got a way now to match up everybody in the state that wants to go play for the big title. And then you've got, you know, 5A matches up with 5A North, 4A matches up with 4A North, which right now I believe it's 5A2, 5A3. Am I correct, Art? 5A2, 5A3. So 5A2 basically would be 5A. 5A3 basically would be 4A in the North. And, you know, I tried to, like I say, break it out and give everybody a visual of how it would play out. Taking the principal's proposal with that one manipulation of the open being more teams. And I mean, I think it matches up with the coach's proposal to a certain extent. It's just a different policy procedure on how you determine those 5A, 4A breakdown where, like Ms. Havik said, the principal just wanted to cut it in half based on previous stuff.
Questions or comments on Mr. Cofer's addendum? David?
It's not necessarily on his. So as we're here, right, we have a couple more here. We can take bits and pieces from each one. Okay, just double check.
Yeah, this committee can take any one of these proposals, can take parts of these proposals, can take them all, fold them away and come up with their own. They have any option on the table. If we don't understand that by now, we're never gonna. Other questions or comments here?
With the exception of dividing the 5A and 4A into 2 separate halves by the principals, can I ask a question? What's the difference between what was presented to the board and theirs?
So they're using the rubric.
Yep.
Very difficult. I think because what was presented previously didn't have the open that took the top 4 out, 5 out, whatever, out. Because it was just 5, right? It was 4A, 5.
No, the proposal presented to the board was everyone was in 4A. At the end of the season, using the RMH system, there would be an open, a 5A and a 4A. The concerns were addressed quite vigorously were about other items that are not addressed here at all. And the fact that there were no leagues presented, which are not presented here either. With the exception of dividing it into 5A and 4A preemptively.
That's what the biggest thing, so coming from speaking with the principals, listening to, and again, I didn't sit in on the principal portion of the meeting. I know this one did, so she could probably speak to that a little bit better. Isabel, Ms. Sanchez, she sat in on when the whole group as principals had their discussion. I sat in with a small group of them and they spoke, so Tony and I.
I'm just trying to get the clarification.
So their biggest thing was not knowing from the beginning where they were going to be, correct? Isn't that what you got from it? Is from the beginning, they wanted to know, am I 4A or am I 5? They didn't want, you could end up.
Keeping in mind, the question was never asked where. I think that was probably available, and the question possibly been asked. Also, again, Tim, think that motion was very confusing just from listening to that meeting. I'm not sure how that vote would have came out, but hey, if possible, I don't mean to put my friend here on the spot. Can we get some input from our consultant from the South here, Mr. Anthony? I'd like to hear from him if possible.
We're just trying to get clear. What I'm confused, and I'm not trying to disparage any of these committees, but the principals one just seems to be very similar to what was sent
Tim,
back.
I think there are a lot of components that are, I think people wanted to know, like, here's where Foothill goes, like, here's where Legacy goes. But follow-up questions.
Thanks, Mr. Anthony.
Just to piggyback a little bit on Tony's response, I think the biggest concern was I don't mean to speak for you, Ms. Sanchez, but there was a a number of principals that did not want the opposite. Your solution was the top 20 make the playoffs, right? Yeah, am I right in that statement? The principals, I believe, wanted to see a distinction of, these are gonna be the 5A schools that can make the playoffs, and these are the 4A schools that can make the playoffs. I think that's your that one piece.
So but I want to take it one step further then.
Okay.
At the end of 3 years, using this plan, what do you do with the 5A and 4A then? There's no answer to that in this proposal. That's my concern. This is a 3-year solution that we come back in 3 years with the exact same problem. You see what I'm saying?
So potentially, if you go with a geographic sense, and you have these certain schools that are in the 5A in different geographic areas, potentially you could do that soccer model for those schools that are potentially maybe over in the 5A, and those that are doing real well in the 4A, maybe flip 1, maybe flip 2 as a relegation model.
And they said that they were open. I remember that coming up in discussion. Principals said they could go either way with it. I know that they said the reason why they didn't send in leagues is because they didn't feel like that was their place to send in the leagues. But they did have apparently they do have a sample. They did have a sample. Again, from all of the discussion that I was listened to, heard, it was exactly what Ed said. They wanted to know 4A, 5A from the get-go, and they wanted to know that Cimarron, whoever in 4A, was not going to have to ever compete with Legacy in 5A. I mean, I'll use Legacy as an example. The 4A teams, they didn't want to ever even have that chance to have to compete. So 4A was separate from the get-go, from leagues. If they decided they wanted to play up for their non-conference games, absolutely they could, but that they didn't ever have to.
Essentials.
Isabel Sanchez, Cory by myself. It's my interpretation that the biggest, piece that this addressed that maybe was not, that we did not feel was addressed prior was just the balance of equity. The lower half of the team would have more opportunity to see a playoff, opportunity to playoff. Rather than the top 20, that there's a full bottom half that just never have that in mind.
Just for clarification of that statement, that bottom half is the 4A.
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah.
So again, going back to a few comments with Tony and Tammy, I think the idea of once you put names to who's in the 5A, name to who's in the 4A, I think the picture becomes clear. The idea then, the question is, the 5A, you're going to see those top 18, 20 schools. 16 out of those 18, 20 schools are going to be the exact same, no matter whether you use the 5A 1, 2, 3, put them all together, whether you put the RMH system together, or you put the rubric together. You're going to get, like I said, about 16 of those teams are going to be about the same. Then it's about splitting hairs about which system you use. I think once you put that in, and then once you put it geographically, you get a good idea of how you can break up the South. And I think the North, and I don't mean to speak for my northern friends, but I think with the 12 teams, I think you pretty much figure out who your top 6 are. That could be in the 5A, and the 6 that should be playing on the 4A. And that we have a true state championship in the 5A and the 4A.
And that is part of the proposal that I think we're going to get to eventually from the Northern Coaches Association.
Mr. Larson. Now, Sergeant 3A South is, Tammy, is Mike Coper's split kind of what they're, I mean, not the league wise, not who's in each individual league, but 5A, 4A.
It's similar, yeah. I mean, let's just call it like it is. It's pretty easy to split 5A, 4A, except for about 3 to 4 teams. I mean, everyone knows who your 5A is and everyone knows who your 4A is. There's your few that are always going to jump right in between, like he was saying, with the relegation system. You're always going to have those. So I think it's very similar.
Okay. And then
wasn't exact.
So the principal didn't put leagues, I guess, and they say it's up to us or the NIAA, then once those leagues are set, they'll just be happy with. They didn't think it was their place.
I think the reason they didn't put names to it is they didn't want people getting stuck on that. Again, like he said,
Well, wasn't that the complaint? I'm not trying to pick a fight here, I'm not. But that was the exact reason they were upset, was I didn't put them into leagues. Now we're hearing, we didn't want to put them into leagues because we didn't want people to.
leagues
focus on
division, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think it was leagues and divisions. I think it was, there was no split between 5A and 4 that they wanted from the get.
Mr. Cole.
Yeah, somewhere was interjected relegation advancement. I didn't think the principal's proposal included any type of relegation.
It does not.
Set for 3 years.
Correct.
I think the coach's proposal did include continued relegation advancement. So I just want to make that.
The principals did not, but there was no, they were okay with either way.
Right.
They were fine. That's why I think why it wasn't initially put in here is they didn't have we're hard set on no relegation or we're hard set on having relegation. I think they were okay with both. And again, like I said, I understand what Tim, I totally see what you're saying with Tim. Their biggest, from what I heard, and again, Isabella can probably confirm this. It wasn't, this is my division. It was, am I 4A or am I 5A? That was it. And they wanted to know before the season started, before anything happened, not we're all going in as 4A.
So the question has been brought up about leagues. Bart, you want to show it? So Bart and I had preemptively done this prior to that meeting. We had sat down and said, if we were to go into this true RMH system and we were to put the teams in the league where they would be A, competitive, B, geographically located, and C, have the potential to qualify for the playoffs based on who they play on a regular season basis. So that no one would go into a season feeling as though I'm gonna go over. So what we did was put them into leagues in this manner. So this would be the idea for the Northern Football Leagues based on the high desert, Sierra, or by the rubric and just serpentine.
Can you zoom that in? Cause I'm blind and I can't see.
I can try.
Do your best.
So the high desert would be hugged between North Valleys, Reed, Reno, Spanish Springs. Desert, Sierra would be Minot, Carson, Tamani Ranch, Douglas, Galena, Wooster, or if you serpentine them, it would be that manner. So that would give you an idea of what the 5A North would look like using the system.
We went to the south, we started dividing this out. If we just look strictly at a serpentine system, and again, here's where Bart and Tim had to get creative with naming leagues, the Sun League and the Wind League.
I tend to fire didn't get brought up many times. Just so you know.
Mr. Larson, I had two people on the staff who did not know
No, we didn't fire word. Come on, it was the September.
Looking at the south and looking at the serpentine, I'll tell you right now, I don't like it.
We didn't like it at all.
I don't like it.
Nope, we didn't like it at all. Because here's what the problem is. You go into that, you know where you're gonna finish just by looking at it. So we said, let's take a look at it and go by a rubric split.
Split 4-5 and then serpentine.
So we did this. Now, if I presented this at the board meeting or to the principals ahead of time, see, Tammy just shook her head. Nope, she don't like it. Nobody likes it. So
What about if we tiered it?
what if we tiered it? Now,
Tammy's not gonna like this a bit.
but I'm going to tell you. This makes sense. Because you still can qualify for the playoffs in this. You're going to experience success in this, and it's going to be competitive and it's pretty geographical.
That's not geographical.
But it's pretty darn close.
Green Valley and Shadow Ridge.
That's the bad ones.
That was the one spot right here. Mr. Cope,
What do you mean by tiered?
tiering is taking the top 6 teams in the rubric, you're in tier 1. The next 6 teams in the rubric, you're tier 2. The next 6 teams, you're tier 3. And then we tried to make a little bit of an adjustment in cases for.
Okay. So I have a question for you. Yeah. Again, I'm pretty open to a lot of these things. My question is, okay, if this is yearly, this is yearly, whatever. Who makes the playoffs from here? Because to me, that's the bigger, for me, and I think a lot of people I've talked to, your divisions from year to year, one's gonna be balanced, one's not. It's gonna happen, right? Again, I see Bishop Gorman on here. We play 'em once, whatever, we play 'em once, I don't care. Okay, are we gonna get rewarded? Or is a team that's in a better division?
I'm gonna go with Mr. Morocco, who's standing right here. Now, here's what I'm gonna tell, here's what I'm gonna tell you. Mr. Morocco, what was your record this year?
5-7.
5-7. He ended up being ranked what at the end of the season? Third. Mr. Morocco was 5-7 and ranked third in the state of Nevada. So his record against the teams he was supposed to beat was good. The teams he struggled against was exactly what they anticipated, but his strength of schedule by Max Preps boosted him up. I'm going to give you that example because that's what this will show. That's a very difficult league to go undefeated in.
No.
I will tell you that the Sun League would be a very difficult league for someone to go undefeated in. You're going to be rewarded by the strength of your schedule, Desert being very difficult, but more importantly, you're going to pick up the points for beating the teams you should be beating. And your third level is your strength of schedule with Max Preps. So if you were to, we can't flesh this out with mathematical equations to show you. We can show you what it potentially it could be, but what we can't do is show you a mathematical accuracy because these games haven't occurred. Bart.
When you ask the question, who makes the playoffs and how? Then we go back to what I'm calling the harm system. It's instead of RHM, it's HARM. It's the Harvick rubric, or Harbin rubric and Max Preps that are determinants. I like the harm system. And again, am I saying, back up. My biggest thing in all of this, whatever we choose to do, is that if we are going to use some sort of metric to determine postseason, the leagues not be super large. Because then you never play outside your league. You never have a comparison from league to league. If we look at those up there, and I'm not saying we need to accept these are, as I went through them, all sorts of different ones. Shadow at some point, probably gonna play either Harborview or Lakes. We're gonna have a little bit of indication between those leagues. Would Green Valley play Liberty? I don't know, but it's at least a possibility to get them in. You wanna see any metric that you do, football otherwise, rubric otherwise, as much intermingling as possible. That's what gives you truer data. If we were to take one league, just put all of those teams from there to there in one league, they don't play anybody but each other. We don't have any way to measure how they compare with Spring Valley or Sunrise Mountain or Canyon Springs. The smaller the league gives you more opportunities for non-league games where you do start to mix and match. If you're a Bishop Gorman, maybe you're playing more of those games out of state. I know Liberty still plays at least a couple of out of state opponents. Maybe you're doing that as well. When you pull the different metrics in together, I don't know that you ever get the truest overall measurement. Because I don't know if there's a way to do that unless every team played every other team. But when you pull more of those metrics together, you have a better chance of getting a more rounded resume, for lack of a better term. Mr. Magrum.
I think one of the most important things to come to some kind of consensus on is, are we going to base everybody on, according to enrollment, we're all for it. And we're all pulling from one pool, like your initial proposal. Or are we going to say that there's going to be the split to 4A, 5A, which I think is what the Southern principles and what I brought up meetings ago, saying I think these traditional 4A schools are gonna have a hard time seeing this because now they have no route really to the playoffs if we're just looking at everybody's one group and we're taking the top 20. I think we have to kind of start there, decide which one of those two versions we want to look at as a group. Because even using what you have on the board, 5A, 4A can be split there. The north is pretty simple between our two if we do something like that. Or it's our two leagues, however we go, if it's one big group, but I think that's the biggest piece, and again, I think that's the biggest issue that the southern principals, from what I took out of it, were having was not having that clear out for a traditional.
And we've traveled down the path kind of on this one proposal and widened it a little bit. There's still one more to come that we got by email last night. It's not in your packet yet. I'm just saying.
And I think I'm gonna go back to what Tony had said as well. Is the one that you're talking about the north?
The one proposal still to come is, it came to us from Mr. Humble from Spanish Springs last night.
Yeah, he represents the Northern Coaches Association.
Can we hear that one?
Yep.
And then we'll come back to discussions.
And along with what Chris just said, I think we have to, the other thing we have to agree on, if we're gonna agree on a 5A and a 4A, we have to agree on if there's gonna be relegation going up and relegation going down. Once we start sorting those things out, I think we can come up with a proposal set. There's one mistake, there's one typo on this part, but I don't think that'll make a difference. As far as playoffs, I think we even get to the playoffs, that would be a miracle.
This one, we're definitely gonna have to widen out and expand and zoom and all sorts of things on this because it is really small in terms of the print here.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, so this is the Northern Nevada football potential realignment. And again, I apologize that this didn't make it in your packet. This email came to us
At the
11 o'clock last night.
11th hour.
Very literally. There's some stuff that jumps out at me before we do that. Mr. Anderson, did you want to speak on behalf of this proposal and?
Only that, the Northern Coaches Association, and I believe most of the ADs, the athletic administrators as well. Not that this is set in stone for us, but we do believe that there should be some breakdown of the 5A and the 4A. We like that idea in the north, even keeping along with that, the whole thing that we just came out of, the 5A2, the 5A3. We'd like to see that. There's also the strong belief that the 3A plays better football than the 4A does. And so until there can be some regulation with the 3A, north and south, ultimately, if we're talking about competitive balance, then that's why we came up with these 4A schools.
The one thing, a couple of things that jump out at me about this proposal. For one, when I look at the bottom of the 4A and Dayton listed there, this group, remember Dayton was just in front of us last week petitioning to go to the 2A. I don't want to speak for Dayton. I have no authority to speak for Dayton. But if a school comes to us appealing to go to the 2A, I can't imagine they're going to want to be in the 4A.
Coach Hummel did talk to the Dayton AD, and obviously she had a lot of questions about this. But if you look overall, Dayton would rather play those schools in the 4A than those schools in the 3A.
One of the other issues, I think, Mr. Cottrell, you had brought up with this too, is that, yeah, go right ahead. I'm not gonna speak for you.
Bob Cottrell, 3A North. Haven't been a 3A league member since 2003 or whenever we were accepted in. There was a time when we had a 6-team league and we were traveling all over the place to find non-league games. I feel as president of the North, it's my job to protect the 3A. And as looking at that, I see 6 rural teams that have a league game each, which gives them 5 league games, which would be almost impossible to find 4 4 games, who's gonna go out and play Spring Creek and Elko, in Spring Creek and Elko? Probably nobody. I'm just being honest. Here's my counterpart. I love them. Probably nobody. Just as if we're right now with the 16, 2 divisions in the north. Spring Creek has 4 home basketball games this year. So, and looking at this, you know, it's kind of a reason why I think the smaller schools and rural schools want to stay enrollment protected so they can protect their leagues and protect their games and make sure they have games. Because reality is, now I live in Sparks. I'm a big city guy. I went to Sparks High School. Reality is, teams in Clark County, teams in Washoe County aren't going to go out and play rural county schools. I think that's my big issue. I could be wrong, but that's just how I feel.
And again, remember, I'm speaking for the Northern Coaches Association. The hope is that there is some crossover scheduling. That would be the hope, to help fill those empty schedules, those missing games. And then so that you don't have, and that's one of the problems that we're facing right now is nobody really wants to play Spanish Springs or Bishop and Oak either. And so we're going to California, Vegas when we can, to play extra games.
Proposal, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
I guess, well, my first question is, I'm confused on who the Northern Coaches Association is. So I think I need definition on that. Some clarity.
It's mainly those schools that are in the 5A, the schools that have traditionally been in the 5A, 4A. He makes contact with some of the 3A coaches, but they don't come to the meetings. They don't pay association fees or anything like that.
So this is really just based on what the 5A is, right?
5A, 4A.
That, well, I just know that my coaches have not had discussion with anybody in a Northern Coaches Association. So I just want that to be made clear.
And again, I don't think there's any 3A coaches except for maybe the Sparks coach, I think, attends the meetings, and the Worcester coaches were attending the meetings, but I don't think any of the rules 3A schools follow.
And then I'm gonna piggyback off of what Mr. Cottrell said. It's easier for you guys in Reno to get.
It's not easy for us to
pick up games.
It's not easy.
In Washoe.
For some schools.
And to do a crossover game, to travel to Elko Spring Creek, really does become, facts are facts, man, it becomes an issue.
And I apologize for interrupting, but.
Like if you can go play at Douglas, as opposed to playing at Elko or Spring Creek, you're gonna pick up at Douglas. Is that fair?
Are you talking about are you talking about 3A schools, or are you talking about the 5A, 4A schools?
Well, I'm talking about the 3A, but the way you have it broken up right there, like Hug going out to, well, I guess it wouldn't matter on that one, but like, yeah, we only have 5 football games a season now, according to that. And then to pick up extra games. What I'm saying is your guys' schedules are gonna be built. Then who do we pick up to play? That's the.
Right. And again, not trying to start an argument, but that's the way it's been for the last 2 years. Your schedule has been built, and 5A, 4A schools it's been the 5A2 and the 5A3 that have been struggling to find games.
For this proposal, Mr. Anderson, I think also, as I scroll down, this also includes potential Southern Nevada.
Correct.
Alignment in it that is
correct
up on the screen now.
With some conversations with Coach Malacco.
Yeah. Obviously, one thing here that jumps out real quick. Waken Christian, we know obviously has appealed to go 1A independent. They've been granted that appeal. That 3A with 10 teams in it would not allow, unless you're playing a Hall of Fame game, the 3A South to step outside the league for any games. I don't know if they would want to. Certainly, I would think Rancho would want to keep things like the Bone game alive. But again, that possibility would exist in a Hall of Fame game. Those are some obviously larger league numbers also. But, you know, again, I be clear on this because some of the emails I've gotten, I don't have a vote in any of this. Mr. Jackson doesn't have a vote in any of this, whether it's here at this committee or at the board. What we want this committee to do is come up with a proposal that you feel comfortable with, that we can take forward to the board, and you feel like, you know what, this is a good proposal. We think the board's gonna approve this, because the last thing I want to do.
We've already done that twice.
I agree.
I'm just saying.
The last thing I want to do is have to come back here another time and talk to this committee. Let me get to Mr. Vic first.
So I don't have nothing in any of this, but it seems like we've been sitting here and we set the 2A and we've set the 1A and we've set the 3A. And now we're coming back and affecting the 3A and the 2A, something that was already decided.
Right.
And so we're gonna have to do something. And I'm not coming back to that this next week.
Nor am I. Mr. Cofer, then Mr. Larson, then Mr. Polsey.
I had a question for Mr. Anderson. Does the open aspect of any proposal fly with the North?
The North, really, the Northern Coaches Association, speaking for them now, no.
Mr. Larson.
Counselor 3A South. It looks like this proposal almost is close to the southern principles as far as having a 5A and a 4A set.
Correct.
So even if the names, if all the 3A schools you had listed in 4A are still 3A, you could adjust those to match southern principles. So in theory, your proposal basically mirrors the southern principles proposal.
Correct. I mean, we've been living with the 5A2, 5A3. Right now, which would be very similar to a 5A4.
Okay.
Mr. Posey.
Well, we've done it for girls volleyball. So if we could come up with something, could we then task our consultant, Mr. Anthem, then to work with those, the principal's cadre or whoever it is. I was first of all going to say it's probably not unanimous.
It's never gonna be unanimous.
You mean soccer?
So whichever one we did, soccer, sorry, I apologize.
You're good, you're good.
But then come up with a proposal, then have our consultant then come up with those southern leagues that would meet the demands, for lack of a better way to put it, that the principals are putting forward.
Jackson, big concern would be size of the leagues, because football is a limited sample. The other thing is, what I don't want to create is a situation where you can ice someone out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think, based on some things I've seen, I don't think that's.
I don't want to see a 10-team league in the 5A and then everybody else is in the 17th league.
No.
Yeah.
What he's saying is we would set like, okay, here's your 25.
Here's your 5A, or here's your 5A, and here's your 5A.
No, I wouldn't let that.
Well, what you would let happen and what does happen are usually two different things.
Given the freedom in the past for a league president or a scheduler to adjust the number of leagues and the number of the way we divvy out a region. That has still been in past years, all subject to the rubric. So if you went from 4 leagues to 3, we re-serpentine. As opposed to just turning it over to when Mr. Jackson was that person, Mr. Anthony was that person, just going, you come up with the leagues. And then that has come back through our office as well for approval. That's something that when Mr. Jackson was in his previous position, I can't count the number of times we did that. But it was always based on whatever criteria we had in place. Now we're looking at some different ways of measuring leagues, whether that be through the rubric system, through a combined rubric and geography type system. I don't know that putting it all on one person, whether that person's Mr. Anthem or somebody else, to say, here are 20 teams, give me leagues, is really the way that that opens it up a little bit too much. Mr. Anthem.
So, I'm I'm gonna respond first to the northern coaches, situation. First on that statement, Rancho Valley, Western, we tried that. That didn't work. The 3A, much as what I'm hearing from the north, in Dallas, I'm gonna speak, Moab Valley could probably handle most of the 4A teams as are set in there. And we know that the Moab Valleys will do not want to go into the 4A because of the size of the numbers. Conversely, Rancho Western Valley, great, they'll play the three of them together, but let them play with the other like-minded individuals that are in those 4A. So I understand the concept, I understand that process. Coming back to the previous proposal that was on screen earlier, can you go to that one real quick, Bart?
That was the leagues that were.
The ones that you had just shown the last one. So, yep, perfect, thank you. I think that's a great starting point. I think that's fantastic. You have it broken up half and half, so essentially you have 18 teams on top, 19 teams for the 4A. I think then if you include another, like let's say column H, the north, where you had 6 teams on the north side, and then 6 teams for the 4A side. I would say, hey, northern folks here in this room, you decide the 6th and the 6th. And then I think, like I said, I think we're in a great starting point here. And continuing with my consultation, I believe that the Desert Mountain Lake, personally, this is just Xavier speaking, I would like to see things more geographic.
Yes.
I think a concern that I've heard in the past is that we don't want all the same top schools playing against each other. That we should kind of spread them out.
Just by rubric split there, where you have a mission, form, and a faith, and our review, all these different leagues.
Potentially, yeah. So I mean, I think, but that's not geographic. But again, I think you take the. But yeah, but I'm saying, however you go with it. So whether it's by rubric, whether it's by tiers, whether it's by that, those 18 schools, and then make them geographic. That's just what Xavier's spot.
Yes, I agree.
And then you have the north, like I said, column H, 6 and 6. Now you have 24, 25 teams. I think everybody's gonna be on the same page. And I think, well, a strong statement, I know, I'm very strong. But we're getting in the right direction, because the teams that you have here, and then the next tab, and then the next tab, 16 of those 18 are probably gonna be the exact same. It just depends on where you put them and who they're gonna play against during the division.
Well, as you know, when you look at, let's say these are the top 18 teams, and I apologize for the people on YouTube. But we're back to what we showed about 20 minutes ago with the soft by rubric split. You look at those top 18 teams and you start to go geographically, you're automatically gonna have some standouts. Where Canyon Springs, Desert Pines, Low C, maybe Mojave, you could probably pair Legacy. But now if we look at just like a Southwest area, you're either putting the top 2 together, or you're gonna look at a Northwest, you're putting 2 or 3 together. That becomes a little bit difficult. And overall, when you look at that top 6, Centennial and Legacy, Faith and Harbor, now we've got 4 of the very top 6. But if we were looking for just a geographic league, might be all one league. That's where this part of it.
But I think that's so I think that's maybe a task for this committee, start making those leagues, and let's see how we can find some balance with geographic.
Okay,
Sorry.
so you're asking for 2 distinctly different things that do not coexist. Competitive balance and geography. They don't exist, because if you were to put the numbers up there, take the names out where they ranked, you would not know where their schools were. You would say, oh, that looks like a great balanced league. The minute you put the names into it, geography kicks in. So let's just have a little fun here and go, who's in your Southwest up there? Well, Gorman. I'm gonna put Desert Oasis.
Durango.
No, can't, Durango down.
Proposal, that's what has the broken up by geography already.
Right.
But then you're looking at putting Durango and Clark, who measure out into the 4A based on the rubric, into that.
Yeah, but you could still do the same exact thing with from now, whoever those 18 are or 20 are, and do it by geography.
But then you're gonna still end up, Rich, with one very intensely powerful league.
No, you're not.
Try it.
See, part of the problem is you're assuming that your rankings, this is the problem I had with the last time. you're basing next year's stuff off
Off
of
of
this
this year,
previous stuff,
exactly.
and then you're gonna do a playoff based on next year. So you're saying, well, oh, Liberty, like, you guys are so bad this year. Okay, well, maybe, right, but Faith is jumped ahead of Arborview, Liberty, and Coronado, but Faith played in the 5A too. If we would have played in the 5A too,
You'd have won.
we would have won.
Would have won it.
Okay, so we would have a lot more points than that. So you can't get caught up in the, oh, they're the 2, they're the 3, they're the 4. That's why the principals want geography with some competitive balance mixed in there, you know, and if you look at, if you pulled up the coaches one, you'd see, okay, yeah, Clark, if Clark doesn't belong up there, then replace him with whoever is supposed to be up there that's not in there.
We have Clark and Durango here in a league with Bishop Warren and Faith Lutheran, which gets back to the discussion. And again, I appreciate your saying, Chris Morocco, about going on with past results. How are we determining competitive balance then to start with?
The competitive balance is the playoffs,
Yes.
right? It's not the leagues. The leagues are the leagues, it's by geography, and then the competitive balance brings out in the playoffs. So those teams that, you know, and especially, you gotta remember, if you manipulate, or if you put a system in place where the top 6 teams are all in one division, I can manipulate the system. I can manipulate it to be in the open finals, or I can manipulate it to be the 5th ranked team.
Yep.
Straight up with my max prep schedule, because I played the teams that, I could play St. John Bosco and Modern Day and all these teams and get smoked. And my ranking points will put me in the open championship.
But you have just played into everything I have said to this committee and to this board, of when you leave it into the hands of the teams to decide where it is they're going to go. Somebody can play the system to their advantage. Whether that's by taking a game, whether it's, as Mr. Morocco said, scheduling who you think is going to put you where you want to go, because this is the championship I want to win.
Right.
Or think I can.
And I personally believe that when you're looking at the health of football, that the reason why geography to me is important isn't because of my league and how tough it is or whatever. You can put Gorman in my league, it doesn't matter. Okay? It's the JV attended games, the freshman attendance at the games, the varsity attendance at games, traveling across the city at 6 o'clock on a Friday to go play Arborview, or to go play, you know, whoever at a league game where none of the fans are showing up, you lose school spirit. Like the games against Coronado, Green Valley, even Silverado, even the teams that are in the neighborhood, that's how you build a program, because you win your neighborhood first. And then people want to move into that school or move into that area, and you develop, that's how you develop a program. When you play people all over the valley, nobody knows like where you're at. People can't get to the games. The attendance is down. And that's why I'm such a strong proponent of geography. It's not about manipulating where I'm going to be in the playoffs. But if you stick us in a league where there's, like it is now with the 5A1, where there's top 7 teams are in the, you're predetermining that the top 6 teams are in the one division. Then we're gonna beat up on each other. We're gonna lose Harbin points. We're gonna lose Rubric points. And if I don't schedule hard out of state teams, now my max preps rankings go down, and now I'm in your 4A mix, right? So that's why I don't think you can look at it that way.
Part of the reason we got away from geography and started this whole process of realigning
one team.
Yeah. I'm not talking strictly football. I'm talking, we started doing this 15 years ago. So when we looked at a Northeast in just about anything.
That's not.
One team, the other teams all down here, and then they went to the playoffs. In the other league on their side, knocked them all up real fast. We weren't really looking at competitive balance. When, as Mr. Jackson said, competitive balance in geography, the way the valley is set up are 2 very different things. What I look at from my end, and I'm not by any means telling this committee that this is the way you have to look at it. The postseason for half of the teams is one game. You're losing, you're out. In the best case scenario, if we have 4, 8, and 8, the postseason is 3 games. Best case scenario. I'm trying to find throughout the course of a season, your regular season, not just in football, in every sport. I want teams to be competitive as often as they can be in any game they play. This is still the one area with football where we are looking at this and we are unable to separate the regular season from the postseason. And that becomes an issue. Ms. Habig first, Mr. Morocco will get to you in just a second.
I agree with you, the reason we got away from geographic was. But that's also when we determine playoffs by who won their division. We're not saying who makes playoffs now is by your division. We're saying however you want to call your system, the Harlem system. Okay, and I agree with Morocco on this one. Like last year, we were really good in 5A3. We were playing Desert Oasis. We had 5 people go to the game. We played Foothill. We had 10 people go to the game. Okay, as a school, and again, we're one of those that we're gonna fall, we're gonna fall, and we're gonna just play what we're gonna play. But when we look at, I'm gonna get, even though we knew we were getting smoked by our review this year, I at least had 50, 60, 70 people in the stands because it's a 15-minute drive. And there is competitive, you can do competitive balance and geography. We can do it. I know everyone's saying no, but like when you pull up the system you guys had presented again, there is no geography to that and there is no competitive balance.
But my question, Mr. Morocco, then Mr. Anthony, after I say this. What are we measuring the competitive balance by to start up the league? You said we can do this competitive balance, but we want to throw out the rubric because that's old data. How are we determining what?
We're not saying throwing out the rubric completely. That's what you're not, I think that maybe that's where the disconnect is. We're not completely throwing out the rubric and saying the rubric doesn't matter, because otherwise, how do you divide people 5A to 4A? You have to use some sort of data to divide them. Absolutely you do.
Right, and my question is what? What are we gonna use to determine competitive balance? Are we gonna use the rubric?
The real problem we have, and I said this the last realignment 2 years ago and one before that. If you look at 10 or 15 years worth of data, there is no such thing as competitive balance in football because Bishop Gorman is a powerhouse and their average score of victories by 50+ points. And they won the top tier state championship. What was it? 69-7. Okay, and they beat us 84-8 one year, and we were ranked 21st in the country. So we got to stop with the competitive balance. And if you except for this year, we've dominated everybody and blown everybody out in football too. So what do you, okay, put Liberty and Bishop Gorman over here. That's what you did with the 5A1. That was Donnie's answer. But we'll put Liberty and Gorman and Desert Pines and Arborview in your own little division and your own playoff. And that's not what's best for football. So whatever division you put Gorman in, even if it was against charter schools, it doesn't matter. They beat us 49-3 and 49-0 this year. So, and we're the 3rd best team in the state. So it doesn't matter what the division is with Gorman. They're gonna blow everybody out. You gotta take Gorman out of it. Are the rest of those teams competitive with each other? Sure. So you have one blowout game and you have pretty competitive division with everybody else.
Mr. Anthony, and then I'll go with Mr. President.
I shared the document, is it possible we pull it up?
Just now?
Yeah.
Can I make my comment where from the document up?
Where did you share this document?
Right there.
I don't have an email from you. Okay. Sharing document.
Oh, wait, as the email, it takes a while to get from his computer to yours.
Long trip.
Based on like what we're seeing there. In every one of those, yes, there's a clear, I mean, even like, just say, I'll speak for Foothill. Yes, there's a clear, really good team in our league. But in 5 of those football games, I'm going into 4 of them thinking I have a chance to win. With one exception, typically. And I think it's the same in most of those leagues. they're all competitive. Are they all equal? No.
Okay, real quick then, pull up the, one you had up there, Bart, that we did.
Sure, it's like air traffic control.
I know. Which one? Rubric tier consultant. Okay. Which game are you not competitive in? That you said, and which ones are you competitive in there?
In that one?
Yeah,
I'm competitive in all.
okay,
I'm not,
I disagree with that completely.
one game.
I disagree with that completely. Not Tony, I'm talking with Tammy. Okay. I would say that would be the same with all of those leagues. Until you see your name under a certain fund. That if I were to move Legacy over to Mountain and Mojave over to Desert, Tammy, would you change your opinion?
The competitive?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, but you know what you just did? Nothing. You flip-flopped a number from one to the
But
other.
I'm saying I wouldn't agree with it whether it was us or Mojave.
No, what I'm saying is,
Not
taking it out of that competitive line is only flipping you from 9 to 12, 9 to 10 or 10 to 12. You see what I'm saying? It's only, that's using the rubric. It's the tiered rubric. So what I'm saying is this, it's the appearance that you see of the teams in front of you, not the true result. So in other words, do I believe Shadow Ridge is gonna hang 40 on Legacy? No. Okay, but why do you think that when I say, I think they may based on past experience? See, that's what I'm saying. We aren't using past experience for this new system. The new system is using current data for playoff.
I was Coronado on a different tier. See, this is where I think the data,
I think
when we're looking at, this is how the last 2 years have played out.
What you're looking at is names on lines.
No, I'm talking about, you have to put names to it. It doesn't make sense if you don't put names to it.
But why? Why does the name matter? If Bishop Gorman was called the Pittsburgh Steelers and Centennial was called the Denver Broncos, would it make a difference? No offense.
Centennial would work at Centennial.
Yeah, she would, but that's what I'm trying to say, is right now it's the hang up on the names on the lines.
No, Tim, I think what you're missing is, and maybe it's because I'm not articulating it the right way, is you can't just put numbers. You can't, because as Coach Morocco so eloquently said, the divisions were not aligned. How do I say it the right way?
He's totally stealing my work.
Yeah, right.
5A1 had all of the top 6 teams in it. 5A2 had the next 6 teams in it. 5A3, so they're not,
Take a look at this.
they weren't, I've already seen them.
Okay, what's the hang up here?
Before we say that, what is up on the screen right now, this is what Mr. Anderson just shared with me.
There's other options too, but I think this is where we're at right now.
There's 75 different options out
Okay,
there.
so, but what my original comment was gonna be is what we have to remember, and I think that probably all of us in this room are on the same page with. It's not just about, well, us sitting in the room. It's, we know when we send this, the board has to approve this. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the principals, we have to think about who's on the board and what they've already shot back and why they've shot it back. And what they're telling us flat out. And that's who's voting, because we can say whatever we want. Not a single one of us in here gets the vote. Right? None of us. We can do all this for the 3rd time. And we don't get to vote. So the people that do get to vote are telling us what they want to see.
Except they never came back to us with leagues after saying they wanted to do this.
But they've seen this and they like this. Because it's bold.
All right, so there's a lot of data sets that you can pull from. You can go just rubric. You can go just max prep. You can go to Harvard. We can do the system things. I went in and I went 5A1, 5A2, 5A3, brought everybody together, and then everybody was 4A with 2 schools moving up, 2 schools coming down. I mean, like I said, these are the schools that you're gonna see. Where you put them, it has to be balanced, like Mr. Jackson said. So you see the number 60 52 and 59, you're never gonna get those numbers exactly the same, but you're gonna get them real close. I think that's the best number that we have. And if you look, it's pretty darn geographic. Now, Art, Chris, I know the blue, that's the 5A, and the green is where you'd see the 4A. Again, just using the rubric, Harvard and Max Preps, this is kind of how the North would fall. I'm not saying this is how the North should put their schools. Again, consultant recommendation, right? I think this is what would work. I think it hits a lot of the components and it doesn't stack a certain division.
Just point of reference. Yes. Durango, wrong division. You have to move them. And that's the first one popped up because they were in 4A based on the line. Somebody on the one side has to come over.
Scott, it's gonna be Palo or Sierra.
Yeah, one of them does.
I think
It's a zero.
I think it's Palo. I don't know, one of the two. This is nonetheless, yeah.
And Worcester is 3A.
Yeah.
But Worcester was already 3A.
I'm sorry, you said Worcester?
Worcester's out.
But
So you only have 11 teams?
They said, depending on what happens here, that they would be able to, I don't know how it works, but.
Yeah, Worcester was on the fence, we'll have to see what that.
But I think in something like this, they would be.
And again, for the record, the 3A will play 4A. 3A will play some of the schools in the 5A. They will not play all the schools. When we're trying to find teams to play.
So, and your 6 schools in the 5A can definitely play other schools.
It's just
In
more,
season.
it's just more difficult. There's a lot of schools that will not.
I
play.
understand your statement. You said it there.
We've seen. I'm sorry, Mr. Trump.
Real quick on those crossovers, Art, isn't that something you guys can set up with 5A, 4A, that we're gonna play 3 crossovers? And that gives you 8 games?
Absolutely. We've talked about that, but there's been pushback at that with that as well.
We've seen now parts of
But we'll have to figure something.
4 or 5 different proposals, whatever we're at, please count. I don't have anything else sitting in front of me. Need to come up with something. Whatever that is, we gotta come up with something.
so. I think, again, number one thing, we know we're not making everyone happy.
I'm close.
We know. We know we're not making friends in this committee, right? Like, we knew that going in. From everything that I've heard, I feel like if we take similar to this, basically, you do your 4A, your 5A. Let's make the leagues, which we can get to. Kind of sounds like the open, I think. From, if you marry the couple that were brought in, maybe not 4 and not 8, bring it to 6. And then go top 8 in 4A, top 8 in 5A. Next 8, sorry, next 8, not after you remove the top.
Well, that's 2 different things right there. When we say next date.
Yeah.
If we are gonna divide out into 4A and 5A to begin with. If you're gonna take a top 6 teams from the open, those are coming from where? Just the 5A or a combination of the 4A and the 5A? Just the 5A. So then your next 8 in the 5A pool would go to the 5A. Now we're not looking at next 8, we're looking at top 8.
Top 8 in the next division, yes, that's exactly that's what I meant, that is not what I.
So we're looking at only 4 or 8 4A teams making the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
from both sides of the state.
How many?
If you do both sides of the state, now you're gonna have to complain about the travel costs. Playoff, you gotta go north, south, and then split.
We're gonna get back into the very same conversation that we had with the board, where a certain couple of members of the board looked at the 8 teams in the 4A playoffs and went, wait a minute, you're penalizing those teams. Mr. Mack.
It wouldn't be exact, but on that note, because that's part of, what I looked at through this. Can we use that top 8 and 4A with the caveat of there's 6 south, 2 north for that reason? And just to balance that out, so we can have the northern 2 teams playing each other, so we don't have to cross over in a first round game to eliminate some of that travel. So it may not be ideal, but
My question is,
part of the
if we're only gonna pull the open out of the 5A, if only the 5A teams are eligible for the open, why does the 4A playoff have to mirror the 5A playoff at that point? Why can't the North have its playoff, the South have its playoff in 4A, 2 winners meet in the final? If the open's only gonna come from the 5A, the 4A, you basically said at this point, is independent and separate of.
I'm fine with that.
You were gonna say, Mr.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, why are we worrying about it? Because it doesn't have to mirror. It's completely separate.
Fine with that.
Other discussion on this, or if somebody wants to try to put the puzzle together?
I think.
Mr. Colsey, you drafted for something. Comments?
I was born after the draft.
All right, can I try to say this then?
Yeah,
Very
please
correct.
do.
Here's what I'm hearing. Utilizing the current rubric. No, stop, don't interrupt.
To a park.
Well, I'm sorry, the spoon needs to be put on the shelf. Using the current rubric. Enrollment-based 4A schools playing football will be placed into the 5A and the 4A equally between the north and the south geographic. Caveat, 4A enrollment south will be divided equally 4A, 5A. 4A enrollment north will be divided equally 4A, 5A. Utilizing harm. The top. I'm saying 4, 6. 6 harm scoring 5A placed schools will participate in the open state championship tournament. Teams 7 through 15, is that right?
14.
7 through 14 will participate in the 5A tournament. The top 8 harm schools in the 4A will compete in the postseason tournament.
Yes.
And I get caught up in why do we just have to have 8 teams in the 4A at this point, because that was part of the issue with the
I would
board.
like to addend that. I think it should be 12. Because percentage wise. It's pretty close. You wanna go, do we go 14? I don't wanna go 14.
Are you saying because it's not equal for 4A, 5A?
No, I'm telling you, what my big concern here is this. We just created a 3-week postseason for the 4A/5A. We have a 3-week postseason for the 1A/2A, and we have a 4-week postseason for the 3A.
The 5A is separate from the 4A. I got you, Mr. Colsey. The 5A is separate from the 4A. The 5A season could last a week longer, as we have happened this year, where the playoffs don't need to match up at the start. They need to match up at the end.
Thus giving them a little more flexibility.
But I still go back to the fact that I don't think you necessarily have to treat the 4A, if they are not going to be eligibly put in the open division, the same way you're treating the 5A, and if I'm not a vote in any part of this, at this point, we're gonna go with whatever we go with, and it's not gonna hurt my feelings one way or the other. If the 4A is separate and apart, again, that postseason format doesn't have to mirror that of the 5A. You could have legitimately an 8-team tournament in the south, 14 tournament in the north to determine, or a 6 and 4, however you want to do it, to determine one team, north and south. For the championship.
Concern would be, we would be back in the same boat in the north with the number of teams playing in playoffs that have records of 1 and 8.
Well, again, if you took 4 out of 6, then.
Yeah.
Let me go to Mr. Cofer first, and then Mr. Magnum. Mr. Cofer.
I mean, I was just gonna say, doesn't combining it create travel issues through the playoffs? I mean, why would we want to get away with playing down to a regional champion, North and South, and having those teams meet outside of the open? Why would we want to get away from a regional play down?
In the open division, obviously, we don't know where those teams are gonna go.
No, I said outside, not
Right.
discounting the open, which is, top dog, you go where you go. Hey, we're playing for all the marbles. Outside of that. I mean, having somebody have to come down from Reno 2 weeks in a row, 3 weeks in a row, I don't think that's gonna fly, is it?
Not with certain members of the board control. Mr. Magnum.
Mr. Anderson actually before me, but
Mr. Anderson.
Just real quick, it might not even matter, but we're gonna have there's no support for open division up north. That's the hard part is moving one of our teams out. I don't sense that there's any support for that.
At this point, based on the way things have gone in the past couple of years, if that one team were to go to the open division, if there were to be only one
Right.
in the north, and if that one team were to go to the open division, it's become a little bit predictable, shall we say, who that team's gonna be.
Correct.
If there were more than one, that changes the equation. Mr. Mack.
I was just gonna say with, what we talked about with the 4A side, especially being pulled out and separate. Number wise, we're debating for that, coming back to, one of my original thoughts was 2 from each league, so 6 and 2, which mathematical, they have 3 times as many schools as us, so.
My thought on that is if we were to use the harm system, and let's say we're looking at teams 7 through 14 overall. What if 4 of those teams from North fell into 7 through 14? Did we only want to limit it to 2? What if all 8 happen to be in the South?
And we said 4A, we were looking at separate, but.
Right. At this point, the flag, I mean, again, the travel issue becomes whether or not we want it to be, it's a very real issue. For some of these teams and for some of these districts, Mr. Bell, you've been quite on this, but obviously when you look at your school, if you were to have to travel to the South. Not only are we looking at possibly football, we're looking at, spirit kids coming along. In the case of the state championships, we've also seen some teams bring bands. It gets expensive, and I hate that we have to consider that, but we do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we were to qualify, we would need probably 2 buses and not 3, travel with our band and stuff. And I don't know. I don't think our 4A would pay for that. We don't have the funds for that.
Yeah, Tony Posey, right by myself. I mean, I was a band director in Moapa Valley, for those of you that may or may not know that. And, when we went to state, I hate to say it, but my band kids paid them, but they wanted to go.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to find a way sometime, if they're that important, then you'll find a way to get them there. I think, but I understand though, for sure that it's not cheap.
The concern then, when you start to look at a cross-state tournament that goes beyond those 4 teams, and we've discussed this in previous meetings. Let's say you're the 6th seed across the state and you win. And now you're crossing the state again the next week and you win. And potentially you're crossing the state again to play a state championship game. I don't like that that's a consideration. Because it should be about the kids and going out and playing in championships. But in the world we live in, with the districts we're dealing with and with the Board of Control, also having 2 of its members be athletic directors of the 2 biggest districts in the state, that will be a concern budget wise, not so much for this committee, certainly for somebody. Mr. Larson, do you want to speak?
Maybe I'm behind here, but I thought we had the open. And then the 5A would get down to one from the north, one to the south, compete, and then the harm system in the south, because of where the leagues were, would be used to determine the top 6 in the south, play down to 1 versus 1 north, and the 4A would be a north versus south also.
But I'm sitting here, I'm thinking that that's really the way to go. But it's my vote.
I thought that's what we were.
I did too.
I thought that's what we were.
Go ahead.
We haven't.
I thought that.
Can I, is this just for the leagues or for the playoff format as well? Because that's
Theoretically, we're not in the playoff format, but this all has seemed to tie together.
Because all it doesn't matter unless we have the playoff format with it.
Yeah.
So I'll make the motion that we have a 16 open championship from the 5A. I guess south
The top 6 is from the state.
from the top team of the state. So if it's a
North would
Five,
first
I'm
out,
sorry.
the open is south. I'm just saying.
well, I'm gonna make my motion for top 6 and you can vote it down. But then the 5A, the next 6 teams from the south will be in the 5A tournament versus the whoever's remaining in the 5A north. And then the 4A would be a 16 southern tournament versus the teams in the north, how they want to do their tournament in the north. That vague, too vague?
6-team open championship. From that point on, the South's next best 6. in the
Based on
5A.
based on harm, because I want to be able to have the geographic leagues, right? So
Here's where we trip a little bit. If we look at the North, we don't know how many teams end up fleshing out in that simply because the pool is smaller to draw from.
right, and that's
Depending on how
what,
many teams go to their open.
so they can have their system to determine their champion up north,
And you've got a top 6 from the South
top 6 from the 4A south,
and flushing out again.
flushing out whatever, how the north wants to do their 4A tournament to get down to their champion. And they all meet in the championship game.
And I'm out of order here, but I'm just trying to clarify the motion and I understand that. Are you including anything about where we're starting at in terms of leagues in this?
Yeah, it'd be that was already, I thought we said, from the rubric, half would be in the south, half would be in the 5A, half down the 4A. Is that what we started with, based on the rubric points?
And going to where for the leagues? To break them up.
Geographic, that's what the principals want.
That's, just to clarify, that's the motion coming from you, motion to take.
Sure.
Okay.
That gets us started somewhere.
Do we have a second of Mr. Larson's motion?
Can I add a line after?
I need to have a second first before we have.
I can't.
Can you?
I'll second.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, we have motion for Mr. Larson, second for Mr. Odegaard.
The idea is, we have a 16 open championship to start with. And then, so those 6 teams are now in their tournament. For the 5A South, we would take the next 6 best teams based on harm. So if you're in a really competitive league and you get 3 from that really competitive league, correct? Or 1 or 2 from the not so competitive. So we can have geographic base south and still make tournament playoffs, whatnot. The North for their 5A would have to do their own bracket to determine their 1 to get to our 1. Are we good with that? The 4A then would have 6 teams in the South based on harm to get to the 6 teams that should be in the playoffs. The North would have their 4, 5, 16 playoff to get to their 1. So the North and South and 4A would then play.
Questions, comments from Mr. Larson's proposal?
Say questions. I think hearing down here, Art, I think is who said that there was no support for the open from the North. Was that from coaches?
That's from our coaches. I mean, I'm supporting our coaches.
Okay, so that's not from
It's not from
principal.
principals or
Okay,
anything like
that's what I was
that.
gonna say. That's not from principals. That's not from.
But it would be as Gravel stated, it would be difficult to finance something like that with Washington. Yeah, an open championship with multiple travels down south possible.
David.
No, it's this one. It's a developer.
I'm blocked out by Mr. Anderson.
You said 6, 4, 5, beyond open, 6 and then 6. Originally it was 8 and 8.
Right.
What is the change for 6? What's the rationale behind?
Six, when you have 6 awards that regular season 1 and 2, you get a reason for finishing first in your side, you get a bye. Same with the 2, they get a bye. That also eliminates that 1 versus 8, which usually is not a very competitive game. It just isn't. So it's not really good for either team to play that game. That's been my experience. Because in the 3A, we used to play 1 through 8 in the north, or sorry, in the south, and it just was not competitive. It wasn't worth it. And so that having a bye was like a spike for that bye week.
Mr. Bell, then Mr. Cook.
I just got a text from Fremont Holbrook. He was wanting to know if you could get back in.
I did put it back.
Okay.
Mr. Holbrook, is there a comment you want to make?
Nope, I just got kicked off, so just trying to get back in.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Copeland.
I agree with what Dallas was saying. If it was based on like league or division winners, but if you're basing it off of a ranking system, it may be, you know, it's not necessary to say, hey, we earned the number 1, number 2 bye. You know, it may be a better route, as the Sanchez was saying today, let's just go 8 because you're going off of a ranking system instead of a division winner.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I agree that the 8 won't be as big of I think it needs to be 8 because I do think it would be more compelling.
Can I amend my motion to 8 instead of 6?
Yep.
Mine's the second.
You,
8 making the playoff in the south, the next 8 from the 5A making the playoffs, and the top 8 and the 4A making the playoffs in the south.
Mr. Odegaard.
Just change it from 6 to 8.
Yes, Mr. Odegaard, you agree with that for your second.
And so
Mr. Anderson.
in your proposal, the open is a state championship. The next 8 is a region championship with the champion facing the north, what's left of the north 5A. Vice versa, the 4A, what's left of the 4A.
Yes,
So it would be 3 true state championships.
For its oval.
possibly. We don't know what would happen with the open.
No, but it would be, I mean, competitive.
5, 3, 2, 1,
But it would be true.
6 state championship.
That'd be 6
It
state
wouldn't
champions.
necessarily be a true state championship, the way you're thinking, that open division could be all southern.
It could all be southern, but
It could be,
like.
it could be all northern teams.
It could be on the- but it would be based on
Hey,
the hard.
it could be art. Math is
I'm not laughing at, I'm just laughing.
Be anything.
All we know is.
Can't be so still.
Another vote.
We have a motion on the table, we have a second. Any further discussion or questions?
Just one last comment.
Mr. Anderson.
Does this open include the north? By a northern team being pulled out by the ranking system?
Mr. Larson, this was your
Yeah,
motion.
that was the motion. I guess I would have a question, Tim. If we were to adopt this, obviously the board can make whatever changes they wanted. They could adopt all this except the open part of this, correct?
They could, and also, sitting here with Bart, we've been discussing, we would also take into consideration the travel constraints as well. I think we would need to look at that, because what we don't want to do is ship the team south 3 weeks in a row, with the understanding that we're considering or continuing our relationship with the Raiders and Allegiant, which could potentially be 4 weeks in a row. We can't do that financially, so we would have to make adjustments to the brackets in the postseason to adjust for that, because I think we would have to look at a situation like we do, similar to the 3A, where we have the crossover game at the second round, maybe that would be there, or to ensure a team they're not traveling more than twice in the postseason. Or once in a season or whatever, there's a lot of logistics here.
If the board decided they liked it all, except they only want to have a 4-team open, they could do that as well.
They could also go back to 7, the board could do pretty much whatever the board wants.
I just,
The other part of this is,
yeah.
we didn't specify what that bracket's gonna look like. So if we had, let's say, in a 6-team open, 2 northern teams and 4 southern teams, you'd go back to that idea of having some sort of committee to seed this tournament, so that the 2 northern teams would meet either in a semifinal or in a quarterfinal at that point, to alleviate some of those travel concerns.
Yeah, Tony pulled it for, I think that's a good idea. Just kind of to Cole's point. I don't remember which one it was, Tim, but there was one of those systems that had Liberty ranked like 15th. And I think we all know that they're not the 15th ranked.
Again, yeah, you can combine them all.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's where the Tim or whatever you call it.
The harm, I like the harm. It's done me a lot of harm.
Harm implies negative things.
It's done me a lot of harm.
So, one more question, the 4A, 5A Southern, does that alleviate some of the questions the principals had? Do you feel like that's a good compromise, 5A, 4A?
I don't know if you guys heard Mr. Larson's question, because you.
Sorry.
Dallas, I think so. Listen, here's the thing, in some of these divisions. I'm losing either way on Friday night. But do I lose 20 minutes from my house, or do I lose an hour and 20 minutes from my house? That's a lot of the principal's concern. Like the excessive travel is part of the geographic thing.
Because what I heard was the principals wanted a 5A, 4A,
Yes,
and they wanted geography.
yes.
Correct.
They will
So,
be happy with this.
so that, and then now, since it's geographically speaking, there might be a powerhouse conference, but based on harm, we should be able to say, well, 3 of those schools, based on this, will make the tournament, and 1 from the others can make it.
Yes, Rob.
And then 5A, 4A North. I mean, does it feel like we're in the ballpark of possibilities? 4A, 5A. Maybe not the open is probably that could be, okay. That's fine.
Any other questions or comments regarding the motion on the table? Do a roll call vote, start with 4A, 5A.
Tammy Hayvick,
Yes.
Tony Pulte,
Yes.
Domingo Rivera,
Yeah.
Isabel Sanchez,
Yes.
Art Anderson,
Abstain.
Darrell Bell,
No.
Freeman Holbrook,
No.
Chris Magrum.
No.
Brooke Formaster. Yes. Joshua Katz,
Yes.
Miles Baldwin,
Yes.
David Vick,
No.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Yes.
Ken Parker.
Yes.
Mike Brooks,
No.
Sarah Scott. Phil Tao,
Yes.
Dallas Larson,
Yes.
Jason Odegaard,
Yes.
Rob Petrell,
No.
Wade Pearson,
Yes.
Paul Sullivan.
Nope.
13-7. I voted 13-7 with 1 abstention. Motion passes. Second, we will send this to the board. See what happens.
See you in a month.
I am going to. I'm gonna take us to a little 10-minute break here so everybody can use the bathroom if you need to. Try to get through playoff formats for Kim when we come back. We may not have enough time.
The
that's fine.
airport's a mess.
Okay.
There's messages we can't do.
We need to,
Stay here,
Stay
let's
here.
finish this off then, 15, 16, and 17. My apologies. Sammy,
You said break, that's all I heard.
Never got there.
We got you guys home on your scheduled flight. We're gonna do the same.
Yeah.
Oh, good call. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so we are gonna skip item number 13, which is playoff formats.
That's fair.
That one is not anything we have to deal with today. We can come back when we meet again in February to start talking winter and discuss playoff formats then. What I would ask, at some point, I'm gonna find my packet again, is if we move to item number 15 in our packet.
Page 80.
Page 80. And we're looking at pages 81 then as well on this. These are future meeting dates for this committee. I want to bring these up in front of you guys right now, just to make sure we're gonna be good with these. And let me share screen again, because I've just lost it altogether.
I can already tell you. February 27th.
Again, looking for the greater good here. I understand if somebody can't make it, I'd appreciate it more if I couldn't. Winter sports meetings, we are very tight on that window because of where that board meeting falls. February 27th is a fast turnaround to try to get everything done. We can do it. That board meeting is the second week of March, I believe, which is why we're sitting in this window. I just don't have flexibility here to go outside of it is the problem. If we need to move one day or the other, and I know Mr. Anderson, there was an issue for you as we got into March as well. Yeah. Can most of us make it on February 27th and March 6th? Or do we need to tweak a day one way or the other?
Only question I have, Bart, is, and this is just out of pure sight. It seems we're doing the placement meetings in Reno and the appeals meetings in Vegas. Is there any reason why we're not flip-flopping them?
Most of the appeals that we're gonna get at this point, 4A, 5A, are going to come from the south.
I don't want the north to feel as though it's more inconvenient for them to appeal because of where we are. Having the appeals today, none of them were northern appeals. They'd already been heard up at that placement meeting. So I just want to make sure.
Two or no?
February, March.
If we moved it, if we tweaked it a day one way or the other, can you make it?
You think that Monday, the 24th would be too quick?
You're gonna kill me.
What about Tuesday, the 25th?
I can make it work. It's not gonna be pretty.
I have wrote in a DC trip, February 26th through March. I could have Brooks or this guy's stuff.
There's a lot of tournaments that
Hear
weekend
that, Brooks?
as well, like the 27th, 28th, I know there's a lot of softball tournaments, like there's a lot of tournaments that weekend.
Kids out.
And trip. But Tony's probably gonna be wrong.
That's what February 2025 looks like. Could we do the 25th? Yeah, I can do the 25th. Packet's gonna get to you late, because we still got games on the 22nd. Yeah. Do we want to do February 25th? Does that work for everybody?
I like it.
No, I don't want anybody to miss out, because this is fun for all. Huh?
Universal test.
I'll try to make.
She's double checking.
Let's go with
Probably try to make sense.
It is that kind of.
Mr. Fitzsimons, you said you were leaving on the 26th or 27th?
6th, I believe. I'm double checking with my secretary.
More of us can make it on the 25th. We can do the 25th. If we think that's gonna be a problem. Mr. Fitzsimons can't make it. He's the only one on the 26th. We can do that.
6 and play. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, 1A, 2A, for the most part, we're gonna be done, except we still need to discuss your playoff formats. So if you're not at the meeting on the 26th, Mr. Fitzsimons, we can do the playoff formats on that following week. If you're around for that. Does that work for everybody if we go February 26th? 6th or 27th, either? Okay. March sixth, which I think was a Thursday, we could move that to the fifth if we needed to get off of some tournaments. That work?
Which day, I'm confused on which days you want.
Yeah, me too.
On screen, we changed that to February 26th. And we changed that to March 5. February 26th and March 5. Spring sports meetings, May 21 and May 28. Again, I don't have much wiggle room here. State finishes that weekend before in every sport, except for boys volleyball finishes on like a Thursday. That board meeting is the first week of June.
We're scared of it as you are, but that was our real, that was what happened with us in the fall. We had state and came here back to back for you guys.
We okay with those dates? I know it's gonna trip into somebody's graduation, I'm sure.
February 26th.
That's fine.
26 is what we changed to.
Okay.
Thank you. First day of final day, bro.
Yeah.
Bart, I can do the 20, or I can't do the 26th, I can do, 5th of March. So I mean,
In fact, yeah, you're good with that. The 1A, 2A should be, we shouldn't have to worry about the middle of March 5th meeting.
just don't need you, we'll just, we don't have one out.
Come on, you're ready.
Go to Washington.
Spring though, if we're looking at final starting on that. I really don't have, I can't go to the 20th here, I don't think, and turn that around. I mean, I could make that-
We should be okay.
We'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Yeah, I can't go to the 21st is okay, 28th is okay for the appeals meetings.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we change these two items up top to 26th and March 5th, somebody wait. I don't know why that's coming.
Ours is the 20th.
Somebody want to make a motion for those future meeting dates, February 26th, March
It's
5th?
discussional.
Is it discussion?
Yes.
Then don't make a motion. We need somebody else. Item number 16, committee member comments for the good of the order. One thing I neglected to do at the very start, and I apologize for this. Sanchez, thank you so much for opening your doors to us today, for all you've done to host us for this meeting. We really appreciate a sector doing this for us. Thank you.
For the good of the order, we do need one tribute to help with my four extra people going to the airport. If there's anyone, I don't know where y'all live, but we need help.
So-
Don't all volunteer at once. We got 4 that we need.
Yes.
Or 3, 'cause we did have more room in the van.
I can take.
Okay,
I can say I can too.
Anything else?
I can help.
okay,
I have a school van.
okay.
Anything else from our committee, good of the order?
When's the emergency board meeting to approve this, or is it?
The regular.
Is it be a regular board meeting coming up? Okay.
And that'll be the
January
second week of January.
Second week, January, Wednesday, I think.
January 14th and 15th.
There we go.
Anything else to go to the order? Item number 17, public comments. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the committee about any matter not listed on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law have been met. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person complete a public comment card and submit it to an NIAA staff member prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person and or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of the group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the committee as a whole. Comments that are deemed to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks not be omitted. Ms. Wonder, do you have any live public comment? Anything you've received by email?
No.
I have not received anything by email. Mr. Jackson, you've already shut down your laptop. Anything from our remote locations for public comment? I've got nothing on that. At 2:30 on this Monday, December 9th afternoon, we officially adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.